There we go. Okay, let me go ahead and call this meeting of the Facilities and Safety Committee meeting to order. This meeting was posted as required by the Texas Open Meetings Record Act. I don't know if we have to say the other stuff anymore, do we? So we're back to normal, thank goodness. Okay, so the first item on the agenda is going to be an update on the Vernon Band Hall and the choir, the fire damage. Oscar Tapia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Powers, Facilities Chair, Dr. Noyola, and colleagues, audience. The first project we're going to talk about is the Vernon Band Hall Choir. This is the building that had that fire damage back in the early spring. We're about 90% complete from the original scope, and I'm just going to go straight to the pictures. The picture top left is as you enter the band hall. This was the addition we did back about 6 years ago. And then the area with the double doors behind that is the original band hall. So there's two big band halls. And we already started putting the floor tiles. It's got some gray, some charcoal gray, some red. And the carpet that's going to be ordered is going to be along the same pattern. As you turn left there with a gentleman standing there on the left, the double doors, you look into the new band hall. And they have perimeter tile, just like the hallway with the different color patterns. But they already put the shelving back that was cleaned off and remediated from the smoke contamination. And the panels sitting on top of there are the panels, acoustic panels that are going to go up in the wall, similar to what you see here, but kind of spread out. And those were cleaned as well. So the area in the middle that's still concrete is going to have carpet. The carpet they already have it in stock, so they'll start installing it probably early next week. Further down the line, the top right picture is the hallway. They already put this drop ceiling back with new drop ceiling. They got the sheetrock, they got the door frames painted, and the tile as well. And as you turn left, there's some smaller practice rooms, some little offices and things like that. And you can see on the right the new diffusers for the air conditioning system, the speakers, and the ceiling tiles, all brand new. The second band hall there, the tile on the left is going to be the carpet. Those are some of the small practice rooms there in the bottom. They just need the base cove. And that's the second band hall. This is the original band hall that had the square tiles on the walls that were taken out. So we'll be putting some of the new panels that'll match the newer band hall. The old band hall will start looking more like the new one because they're going to have similar materials now. The millwork that we approved, there's a lot. The one on the right is for all the music books and sheets and choir, and some more of the cabinets down the bottom, and countertops and shelving on the top left that we replaced. All this should be covered by the insurance because it was all damaged from the water damage as well.
Are those from outside vendors, or did we build them ourselves?
No, it was through a subcontractor, through the general contractor. The restrooms also, they were all torn out because they had asbestos behind the wall, so they already got the green sheetrock. Now they got the tile, they're doing the floors, so they're gonna have new fixtures. And that room there in the bottom left is a little bit larger group ensemble room in the back that's gonna have carpet. They had some bad acoustics here, so we decided to go with carpet instead of tile. That's really gonna help that room for their small practice groups. And the big instrument storage on the right, that one's already stained and sealed, so that one's already installed. They just need the floor tile. The choir room is that picture on the right. They're finishing up the walls. They're going to do some painting, and then they'll start with the floor tile. And the bottom left, off to the left, there's a restroom. And the bottom, there's some wet concrete where they had to resurface the floor and re-even it out, and they got new tile. Those restrooms are basically redone. And one of the small rooms in the choir room already started the floor tile. What the contractor is telling us that they should complete this in 2 weeks, on the 23rd, to the point where at that point they'll call for the city inspections for building, electrical, fire inspections, so they can get their certificate of occupancy the following week. So in 3 weeks, we should be ready to start moving in some of the furniture. Another thing that we have pending is, if you look at the bottom left, the left picture is a new band hall addition, and on the top part there's a metal corrugated panel, industrial look, that was done from the architect. But if you look at the picture on the right, the original band hall still has a stucco, the yellow stucco or light beige, yellowish beige. And on the three sides of part facing Boca Stadium, this side and this side, they had some leaks. And so they were getting some moisture penetration. And so we were proposing what it would cost to cover that with the aluminum panels that would match the front, so the whole band hall would look similar. We haven't gotten pricing yet, but if it's a reasonable price, we'll probably do it. We'll come before the board before we approve it. But if the price is just too expensive, then we're gonna ask them just to restucco the areas that need remediation work and just leave it like that. So it all depends on what kind of pricing we get. So that's where we are in the band hall. 3 weeks, we should be able to move in with all city inspections and everything. Hopefully, everything goes good. Any questions on the Vernon Band Hall project?
So we'll be ready for school then?
It should be, yes.
Wow, that's great. Any questions? Okay.
Now, I know the band students come back a little bit early to practice, but they're practicing in the library right now. But when school starts, they should be in this new facility.
Well, that's great news. I mean, boy, this is going to be a really nice facility.
And insurance coverage, any news on that?
Yeah, we're finalizing all of our expenses to submit back to the insurance company. They had given us an initial payment about $320,000. So we're finalizing all the invoices and gonna send them back to the insurance company for them to review and for us to get reimbursed. They did allow, I think, up to almost $2 million worth of recovery costs for this project.
So approximately, how much are we paying? I mean, it looks like they're picking up pretty much.
Yeah, $50,000 deductible.
Deductible, and that's it?
Yeah.
Right, so we can get the new panels on the exterior and it's covered by insurance. We'd rather just do it and not worry about any.
Well, that's
thing in the future.
great. That's great. So, all right, let's move on to the
Okay.
TRE projects.
Moving on to the TRE projects, the first one is the Treasure Hills Phase 2. On the site plan, down on the bottom, is the Building A. I believe that's A section, right, Victor, the bottom part, where the library is, or is that C? That's C. Okay, C. C is the one we're trying to get for the first day of school, which is the library expansion, the upgrades of the special ed rooms, the GT rooms, and another special ed room, and the library addition. Overall, we're about 83% complete. Again, contractor's trying to get substantial completion for C by the end of July, but the office building, which is A, will probably be in August, as well as the mini gym addition that we're doing as well. They're working on the roofing systems. They're working on the parking lot. There's a third of the parking lot that needs to be finished, but with all the rain, they haven't been able to advance, but that's part of the next phase. Fire sprinklers complete in Building C. There's some roofing material we're waiting for that to cap off the substrate we have on Building A. Ductwork is about 90% complete in Building A. And just to show you there on the picture, the section of the parking lot is the bottom right that they still need to complete. But the islands are in there. They'll have to start doing the landscaping work and the light poles as well. Inside, this is the library addition. A lot of the finish work on the walls is done, the light fixtures, the ducts, light fixtures, ceiling tiles. And the walls are painted, so the big piece at the end will be the carpet, will be the last thing that they put in, and then we'll be able to call for the final inspections. The tile there in the hallways, where on the outside of the library that goes into the 4th, 5th grade wing, we redid all that tile because it was going to look patchwork from the new to the old. So we even went into the older wings that stayed to make sure the tile was all consistent throughout. And just some of the design work on the ceiling with the ceiling fixtures with the round fur downs, some of the glass work. The canopies is one area where we're having an issue with the metal panels coming in. There's just a long delivery time. There was a little bit of delay in the ordering it, so when they were going to order it, it just was, the prices have gone up and the timelines are longer. So the architect's been working with a contractor to look for a substitute material that could be more readily available and quicker. So that's what we're waiting on this project. But that'll be when we accept building, the office building. And that's the metal structure going up. That's the entrance to the office on the left, and the canopy's on the right. On the interior, we have tile work going up, painting work. And this is the gym. If you remember all the gyms the past 2 years, we did all the new panels on the walls to hide that old insulation with the chicken wire, and it was all torn and dusty. And so they already started on that. I think the panels, have the panels come in, Victor?
Not yet.
Not yet. We're waiting for the panels to come in so they can start closing all this up. Right now, they're painting the steel, the red steel. You can see they already started the painting work. And when this is done, it should look like all the other mini gyms of the other elementaries that we already did. And on the bottom is the addition that we did to the band hall, to the gym, so that we could have some storage and a coach's office.
Got it.
And that's pretty much it on Treasure Hills. So we do have the contractor here if there's any questions. Our architect is out of town. He's on vacation right now, but he was available by phone. So is there any questions on this project?
What's our anticipated completion date, where we'll be in it,
It's a two-phase on
on this phase?
on the right side, which is the addition of the library classrooms. That is the last week of July. Is that correct, Victor? For the, and the middle part, which is the office, should be like the first week of September.
Are we gonna make those deadlines, you think, or?
Pending the canopies. That one, we're still trying to find out when the delivery date is.
Okay. This is Tommy Canul. He's stepping in and going to speak for Tony Ladagas, who is our
Project
technical
superintendent.
project manager for the job. But Tony's out today, so Tommy's got the ball.
Okay,
Okay, well,
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Tommy Canola with Davila Construction. So Oscar was basically right on point with what we're trying to do now. Specifically, to address the question, Building C is what we're trying to target. We're actually trying to target Building C and D.
C's the one on the right of our
C
picture?
Right.
C is the one on the right.
And D is the
correct.
mini gym?
And then, can you help me with that? D is the mini gym? Right. But we're looking at those, August the 13th is a Friday, which is right before school starts. We're trying to target the beginning of that week, just trying to tidy up some things. I can tell you that on Building C, we're already requesting our above ceiling inspections. We have air conditioning in place if we get those inspections from the city, but they just had a turnover with their head inspector. We just found out in the last couple of days, and so we're trying to get on track. We've met their new personnel. If we get that out of the way this week, we can start to close that up and get to the carpet that Oscar mentioned. The parking lot, he also mentioned that as well. The trailer that's on the far lower right-hand side of that corner, that trailer was removed at the end of May with the intentions of completing that parking lot in June. And we know what's happened in June. It's done nothing but rain.
Yeah.
So we're trying to get there. The parking lot that's along Haney Drive, that's actually been in use this entire time to the campus, even before school was out for the summer. And then we're looking at basically the end of August to have our administration building and our landscaping complete. So we're basically working from Haney on landscaping currently and moving, I believe that would be south to north, and completing all of that landscaping in the process. He did mention we do have a target date for the replacement roof panel, which is a Barrage panel. We've gone through that process with the design team and have made the selections, gone through the submittal process, including the structural engineer. And we are looking at that panel, making it here in the, let me see, we're looking at that panel coming in the middle of August. So what we're going to do with regard to where some of that is being installed is we're going to be communicating with the city inspectors. Your building's completely dried in, obviously.
You're talking about the administration building?
Well, it's in part the administration building and part the canopies,
Okay.
I believe. But what we're gonna do is, we're shooting for getting you temporary occupancy with the understanding that obviously we just need to put the roof material up on top, but it's fully dried in and doesn't get wet anymore. And so that's something we need to work out with them. The history in that, of course, is major manufacturer about 6 weeks ago let us know we can't fulfill your order, we're sorry. And they won't even put it in writing to us other than a couple of emails. We actually asked them to put it on a letterhead to us, and they just refused to. They just said, we're sorry. You know, it's the equivalent of asking General Motors, why can't you get my car? Well, we can't. It's kind of the answer we got. I mean, that's where they're at. So we're doing everything we can to get you in there. Obviously, we are very confident that you're going to be in there first day of school, and we're going to try and stay out of your way as best we can. Now, there's that portion of it, which is the administration building that has a different date, but I think we've established with campus staff where we're at. And how
But
they're gonna
Building
be able to
C
function.
looks pretty good for, hoping the weather stays dry, we should be in Building C then.
Yes, sir.
When school starts on, I think
Correct.
kids come on the 17th or the 16th? 16th?
16th is what I understood.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, that's good news.
But once you get with the city to start doing the inspections, so we need to permission to start moving in furniture a week before.
Exactly. So we're hoping to have even some meetings tomorrow morning with them and just keep the dialogue going with them so that we make this as smooth a transition we can for you all.
And Mr. Ingram has been involved in our meetings, so he's got a plan how everything's working until they get the office back
Okay.
online.
Okay. And you have meetings with the city scheduled tomorrow, you said, or trying to?
Tentatively, they're supposed to come out tomorrow for an inspection. Obviously, we're going to take advantage of that, and we don't know their exact time. We do know it's supposed to be in the morning, and we're going to take that, and we hope that the new, their new inspection official is going to be present at that meeting so that we can start the dialogue with them to say this is what we're trying to get, so that it's very seamless when the time comes.
Chair,
Yeah.
is there any way, I mean, could you, maybe, you know, obviously you'll be working with staff, with Oscar and Dr. Noyola to let us know, but, and they'll let us know if there's any way, if you need us to make any contact from the board level,
Yeah.
you know, at least that we have a committee chair here who knows these folks quite well, just to kind of help grease the wheels. So hopefully, you
Okay.
know, you communicate with district staff, and if they let us, if they need us to weigh in to sort of, you know what I mean, sometimes it just helps, just
Absolutely.
to kind of nudge them to get things along. We'd be
Absolutely.
happy to make those phone calls.
We will be glad to ask. Victor and Oscar know that if we need to, we will certainly ask. They've been 100% behind us this entire time, so we're on the same page completely.
Well, thank you very much, Tony. It's a good report, and thanks for all the hard, everything looks great out there. And the weather's held up until just recently for you, so that parking lot, I guess you can finish that too down the road, but the weather's not helping you out there.
It's probably a week's worth of time, but we have not had that. It rains and it tries to dry, and it looks like we're able to work, and then it rains again, and then we have to dry out and pump water, and then it rains again. And that's the way June went.
Well, thank you for being here today. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next project, which are the school entry vestibules, the work that we're doing at Rodriguez, Wilson, and Dishman. We're about 85% of the percent complete. We're actually a little bit further along than that, but we go by how much we've paid them, because the materials did come in, the glazing, the doors, the hardware. This is Dishman. You can see how they're almost done there. They already got the entry with the receptionist, and the door frame with the door and the panic hardware, and it's all a certain grade where it's not the highest bullet resistant that you have at police stations or hospitals, but it's the one right below that level. So we feel very, very secure with these three that were the samples for the other schools as we go forward. These were very good exercise of a real project, how to design all the other ones, and there's not much that I would say we would do different, but architect did a good job in working with us, and Mr. Dene Castillo on the safety part.
Is that did you just reuse that glass from Art Cavazos Suburban Windows? Is that what?
Some of it was repurposed. This one's Rodriguez Elementary. We redid the whole entry, the countertops. They've already got the countertops in, and there's some work still we got to be doing in, there's not a picture of it, but there's a curtain wall that we're doing also. We displaced some staff, and there's going to be a little curtain wall that we did. It's part of a change order I'll present here later on, so that secretary can have a space for privacy in case a parent needs to talk to somebody. Wilson Construction also, same thing. You see a double door there, and you see the window with the speaker on it, and the glass is a certain type of level of glass for this project, and also the entry door there that creates that second lobby protection that only if the secretary buzzes you can you go into the school. Any questions on those projects? If not, we'll move on to the big one, Early College High School, Harlingen Collegiate High project. Overall, we're about 84% complete. I'll go straight to the pictures. Instead of reading everything, these pictures were taken last week. It had just rained. There's still some water on the site, but this is the parking lot, student parking lot entry, showing where the concrete big bus drive is complete, but the interior where the gravel is, where the pavement is, they can't pave on there until it dries, so that's something there. Hopefully it rained today. I don't know if it rained there, but hopefully it didn't hit them too much. And on the picture on the right is a little hard to tell, but there's some crepe myrtles and cedar trees that were brought in. They're in pots and they're just ready to be put into the islands as soon as the weather allows them. That's the front of the school. All the brickwork is done, but that orange part is the last insulation board that you see, where we're going to have some Caldwell panels that are those translucent panels to finish that entry up. We have the wrought iron fence. We have this is the parking lot on the opposite side, on the south side for the teachers. Curb and gutter, islands, everything's in. We just need to get in there and pave it when the weather allows us to. On the interior commons area, we have the sheetrock work. That's the elevator there on the right-hand side. The stairwell going up. They've already painted the rails down on the stairs and on the second floor. They got the glass system in. The learning stair is starting to have the wood veneer put on it. Then they'll have the finished wood on top of that to finish that out. You can see the upstairs, the LGI has sheetrock going on in the front. On the upstairs, painting work, and you have those three-dimensional, they're acoustic panels, but they're also designed with the paint on the wall with a circular pattern, different colors. And the rails you can see are painted. On the learning stair, one side's painted, the other side still has a little bit of that red iron that still needs to be finished out. This is the kitchen, the freezer cooler, drop ceiling, and you have a big kitchen hood in the back, and that's terrazzo floor. It's already finished out. So they just need to get all the kitchen equipment in and hooked up with the electrical and plumbing connections. The picture on the right is the dining area behind the learning stair. That's the low ceiling area looking out to the glass windows that looks out towards the neuroscience building, which is also part of this whole UTRGV master plan facility, a new facility they're building there as well. And then you'll have the exterior eating area. The floor tiles going in the science rooms, classrooms, the engineering labs in different colors and patterns. These are the long plank LVT tiles that we're putting in. Walls are painted, the drop ceilings, light fixtures. We just need to put in the actual ceiling tiles. The science tables are on site. The engineering lab has the electrical pull stations in the middle for all the different pieces of equipment that's been ordered and painted. They just need to clean the floor up and paint it. Standard classroom on the right with the orange tile and gray, brownish, with the blue wall, ceiling tiles and light fixtures and diffusers for the air conditioning are all in on standard classrooms. Restroom tile, lavatories, glass, mirrors. They've covered up the floor tile on the floor with some paper just to protect it from any scuffs and scratches, and some more science equipment that's gone in the upstairs science room. And this is work going on the LGI. They're working up on top with some of the duct work and fixtures, get that finished, get the scaffolding out of the way so they can start carpet work on the steps. So overall, the timeline on the early college has been the last week of July for several months now. We're down to the wire, so the contractor just recently sent us a notice that they don't believe they're going to be able to make that last week of July. Now they're thinking more like mid to late August. So that's why I've asked David Monreal, our project architect, is here, and the contractor's representative, Mr. Ramon Doñez. He's a project superintendent out at the site. I know there's going to be some questions and what options do we have? Maybe partial move-in, partial C of O. So I'm going to call up David Monreal with Ramon to answer some questions of what ideas they have. And what materials or areas are delayed that have caused us not to make the July timeline?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As Oscar mentioned, I think we were looking at options to try to see what we could do within the facility to try to break it up and do partial substantial completions. But what we've been working with Ramon on was trying to identify some of the most important pieces that are related to life safety, fire alarms, some of the more technical items that are required. Unfortunately, some of those items, fire alarm panels, we can't get ETAs on deliveries. Ramon's having to go back to offer a substitution on the specified item in order to try to meet some of those timelines. So as he's coming across some of those, we've got to route it through all the design consultants to see whether they fit the spec, the original specified items. So I don't think there's an option to split it up. After we discussed it, we've looked at it, I don't think there's an option to be able to say, well, we'll give you classrooms and I can't give you the kitchen or piece it out, because we can't get the life safety portion in place. And all of that needs to be in place before we let anybody in the building. So,
So it sounds like you don't even have a date at all, because you don't even have an ETA, it sounds like.
Right. Right now, what they're telling us is mid to late August, and so, that's all I have to report at this time. And like,
Is that on the fire equipment, or?
Yes, that's the main fire alarm panel.
So am I understanding y'all are going to, I guess, another vendor to get something? Is it going to be the same quality that we wanted initially?
Yes.
Or is it just going to be temporary?
No, it'll be a better quality, in fact. Just the one that was specified, components and whatnot are not being available to get.
But look at these pictures, I know they're a week old, I mean, there's a lot more work that needs to be
Right.
done besides that life safety, fire alarm issue, right?
Yeah, what you're not seeing in the background, we're putting all the devices that's related to the fire alarm, so that when we do get the panel, it's a matter of just hooking up and being able to start doing some of that pre-testing. Flooring is ongoing right now, so we're making our way to that big open area right now.
So then if we don't move, kids start mid-August, and let's say this isn't ready till September, till after Labor Day, or Labor Day, right after Labor Day, right? Dr. Naila, is that, I mean, what are the options there? They just start at the same campus, or what?
Yeah,
what-
they still have their functioning campus. No changes have been made to it, so they'll be able to continue in their current setting. So we were waiting to see whether any type of partial occupancy was going to be possible. In light of what you're just sharing right now, David, we'll work with Dr. Flores on how we start, and then once we're ready, we'll identify when's the best date for movement.
And so just a sidetrack conversation, when we do end up moving out of this that we're in now, what's the situation there? Because that's not, or that is our building, or it's not our building? I know it's TSTC property.
It's our building. We actually, yeah, we have
So it's
an
our
MOU
building
with
on
them.
TSTC property?
Correct.
Okay, so then maybe you'll give us an update down the road as to what's going to
Yeah.
happen there?
Yes,
Okay.
we'll talk a little bit about that.
Other than the fire alarm, fire annunciation system, what other items are causing delays?
Right now, light fixtures, emergency light fixtures, that's also a delay that we're getting. Dates that we've been given is first week of August, mid-week of August, so I still, once I get them, I'm gonna have another week or two of installation, so it's kind of pushing me toward that end of the month there, so all these items are happening while we're waiting for the most critical.
If these items do come in by August 15th or whatever, how long from the date you get them will it be before they'll be installed? And I mean, like a couple weeks or
We're anticipating at least 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. So Labor Day's still going to be kind of iffy, right? Because you're at the mercy of the vendors, right? Okay.
That's if everything comes as we're
You know,
being told.
my experience has been lately that the vendors aren't very accurate on the dates that they promise, so unfortunately, okay.
So what we're doing right now is I've asked D. Wilson to compile a list of all remaining items that are still pending, potential delivery dates, and then install dates after those dates. So we're preparing a mini schedule, if you will, from today moving forward to see what we can accelerate and what has to slip a little bit. But, I mean, they're moving targets. I mean, Ramon's been updating us on schedule, and this whole time has been end of July. And then all of a sudden, we just get emails like, we can't get this product for this many days, and there's no deliveries, or the vendors are trying to send 2 or 3 items together. They have something, but they need to wait till they get the other to be able to ship it. So we're trying to see what we can do to try to accelerate those. But as soon as we get that information, we'll get it over to facilities and Oscar, and then we'll see.
And Ramon, whatever substitutions you're making with other vendors, it's the same quality or better?
Yes, sir, yeah, that's what we're going
Okay.
through them first to make sure.
Yeah, all substitutes have cut sheets and spec sheets that are sent to the architect and then his engineers. They review it, and no, this is not equal, they'll reject it. If it's equal, they can approve it, but they need to comply with the specifications that they sent out.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just, are these, like the national shortages we're seeing everywhere, same thing? Microchips and stuff like that? Yeah.
And it's not even, I mean, there are microchip issues, but, I mean, right now, we're having issues getting drinking fountains. I can't get drinking fountains on several of my projects. I've got several projects in the office that are behind. All of the projects are behind. I can't get inspections from the cities because there's plumbing fixtures not installed. I mean, we can't get fasteners for roofing, metals are just out of control. It's across the board. Paint, there's a paint shortage. I can't finish touch-up paint because they can't go find paint. They're literally at Sherman-Williams every day trying to find out what got dropped off that they can take. So, we're pressing as hard as we can, and we'll come up with an updated list, and then we'll keep you guys abreast of where we end up, so.
Thanks.
All right, well, thank you, and please come back next month, will you? Give us
Yes.
an update, because we're really proud of this project, and it looks real nice. Y'all are doing a good job, so thank you. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
David, if you can stick around when I go to the change orders, I'm going to talk about that one you submitted, please. The next project is the Gutierrez Fine Arts Academy. This one's about 95% complete. The canopy was the one I showed last time that was complete, and some other interior painting work exterior painting work on the trims. This is the screen that we put around the chiller so that you couldn't see the chiller from the street. That's the panels that were selected. Just to give you a close-up picture, in the backside, that's the bracing that had to be done for windstorm, make sure it didn't blow away. And it's got perforation, so it allows airflow in to cool down the chillers, and so it doesn't become too hot in there. So it turned out really, really nice. And the canopy out in the back is, that's an older picture. It's actually been finished out, and the landscaping around it and cleaned out, and the sink's been installed and so forth. So project's almost complete. I don't think I'll put it on the next meeting, but it's turned out really nice. Any questions on that project? If not, we got another project that, the golf station that we completed last year. We had an alternate bid for a covered structure, and it would have been over budget if we accepted the alternate. It was about 120,000 for the covered. We decided not to do it. We just went with the putting area and the range, driving range, and sprinkler system, the landscaping. So we were coming back now to put the structure because it's hot, it rains, the kids are exposed to the sun, and when it rains, so they've asked if we could go back and revisit that structure. So we did, and we bid it out, the same design, and we got 4 bidders. We budgeted about 150, 160 because we knew the prices are up right now. We got about 147 to 159, so within the prices 164 prices that we anticipated. And we met yesterday to rank them, and the ranking was G&G 121, Peacock 122. So we have on the board an agenda item later this evening to award it to the highest ranked offerer, and we'll be recommending Peacock. Peacock also is the one who built the golf station, so they're very familiar with the site already. They know what's underground, what not to hit, what not to hit. And just to show you the putting area right behind it, that white spot, we already put the flat work, which was the concrete for a future covered structure is already there. And the columns will go outside of it, so it'll be an area where they can put in some tables and some benches and things like that for the kids. And then you can see it right before the driving range. There's sidewalk, and then you have that flat work in the middle. That's where the structure will go. So it's turned out really nice, and this will just help finish out that project.
Oscar, I'm just curious, on the cup, can it be moved to different locations? Like, most oops, you know, like on most greens?
The holes?
Yeah.
Yes.
I
There's a few.
they'll do
don't
it.
think they can, because
No, because they're
the
not the cut,
substrate,
they're not the
It's al-
cutouts.
it's
like
already
it's not
official.
dirt, it's gravel,
Yeah.
it's gravel underneath.
They're not the
Okay.
cutouts like a robot.
Okay,
There's multiple ones, but just not movable.
okay. Oh, there are more than one?
Yes, there's a whole bunch of holes
Okay,
there.
I see in the background, I'm sorry. Okay.
Now, disappointing thing is when you go there and you practice, I mean, the coach doesn't necessarily come with you, so you need to bring your own coach, you know, or else it's pretty useless, so.
Coach and
Just-
coach and trainer.
I'm just saying for a friend, I'm just telling you what a friend told me.
Something to think about.
Dr. Noyola wants to do a putting competition between
There we
board
go.
members out
There
there.
we
Yeah,
go.
that'd be good, man. It's better than the egg
Little
thing,
golf
the
tournament.
egg, the egg
A mini
competition.
golf tournament.
I'll second that.
Okay, presentation on some change orders that we've done here on the Gutierrez Middle School. We had a few small ones. Number one was, the contractor didn't have a way to get in with the truck, so they put a chain link with some gates. That was number one, 975, and now those are permanent. Number two was a reinstallation. There was a water line that was right under the building pad that we had to relocate. That was number two. And number three, just installation of some decomposed granite under the structure that was dirt before. They preferred to do the gravel. New receptacle, and inside they're going to be doing some insulation. Where we did the dance studio before, there's some noise bleeding through over to the library, and there's some openings up on top that need to be sealed. So we had our contractor give us a price to do it since we had the funds to do so. So we had $6,000, the original contingency. We still have $261
Wow,
on that project.
that's great. We can put that towards the expansion of the press box.
That's right.
That's right.
Special fund.
At Boga Stadium.
It's a special fund. Right.
The other change order is the vestibule that talked about the office wall system. It's an aluminum system for glass, so you can see through. That was with wood trim and the rubber base and the door system and some little electrical things that were associated with that, enclosing that area. 18,510, so we still have 1,490 left out of the $20,000 contingency fund. And this is one that I wanted to present, the UTRGV. This is another change order that we may be taking to the board, but we're still reviewing it, and we didn't get it on the agenda for tonight, so we'll probably propose something for August. I know it's a little hard to read, but the small ones are things that had to be done to install the Caldwell system. There was a little change on the structural steel support, how they clip in. The science rooms have a DI purification, deionization. It was required by the university to treat the water a certain way in the science labs, because the water has to be deionized for certain experiments they do. But the plumbing fixtures we put in are not made for that. They're going to rust out and be damaged with that type of water system. Somehow the chemistry doesn't work well. So we had to change them out to a certain fixture that's made with a different material that won't rust out and be damaged by that type of water. So that was another change we had to make. In the ILC, there's some ductwork that's exposed that needs to be relocated so you don't see it, and we don't want to do a whole bunch of fur down work there. So that was a little change we made. The ornamental fence, we did a recess back because the marquee we want it to be on the outside of the fence, not behind the fence, being blocked, and maybe you can't see it that well. So that was another little change we made. The science rooms need some safety goggle cabinets and then additional marker board that the administration asked that we could provide. And these are small items. There's a power for a TopCat system, which is kind of like a speaker system up in the ceiling for classrooms. But the big one is the marquee signs and branding, 138,000. That's the bulk of this change order. And that basically includes, and I didn't bring a picture of it, it's a really nice marquee design with a big LED board similar to the one we did at the PAC. It's not like a regular school sign because it's a university building also. So it's a really nice design. It's got a big footing, it's got brickwork, it's got steel beams and the panel, and then we had to take power to it. We also have 2 ground signs. If you remember the PAC where you go in, they're on the ground and they have this curve and they have the PAC and they have this logo and lighting up to it, really nice at the entrances. We did one on each side, the north side and south side parking lots, also powered with light and the graphics and the lettering. So you do that big marquee and the 2 ground signs, $138,000 for including all the electrical and foundation work. It's a little higher than we anticipated, but we're thinking more like 110, 120, but we're gonna revisit to see maybe we just do the marquee, not the ground signs, or do we just do it all? It's something we're gonna discuss with our team.
And
So,
that expense is entirely on us, or does the university?
It's on us, but then we would send half the bill to the university.
Okay.
And we're gonna check with them if they
And
agree
obviously, the
with it.
specs and everything, they're gonna be all over that to make sure, with the, I mean.
Right.
You need direction on that now? I mean, this is not gonna be in our agenda item tonight, right?
No.
I mean, I say do it right. I mean, I think this is a big deal for us. This is this is the new campus, UTRGV campus, right, in the valley,
It is
right?
different, that's
And
why,
so,
and that was not in the original design, but as we went along, we realized we need to make this different and
Yeah.
nicer, so.
I don't know how the other board members feel about it. I mean, I think we got to do it right, and so, I mean, if we, I mean,
And I asked our architect to look at the pricing. David, you check with your engineers also? Can you come up to the podium and tell us, in your review so far, do you think the pricing is reasonable, and is that what it's costing today?
we
Yeah, so-
appreciate you taking it off your bill. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I'll put my name up there. When we got the proposal, we sent it to the consultant, so as Oscar mentioned, there's structural work that needed to be done. It's block, it's got brick that matches the building, the 2 LED signs, it's double-sided, it has a steel beam on the front, so everybody's reviewed it. Change orders tend to come in a little bit higher than usual. Let's say we would have bid it, we probably would have gotten it a little bit cheaper. But it's in line with what's going on right now. So, I mean, we want to be careful not to approve stuff if it's inflated, but they've had an opportunity to review it, and they were on the phone just this afternoon with the electrical subcontractor just to verify some of the electrical that we have to pull out to those locations.
Right,
So-
and we didn't have the final pricing before we left for the holidays, so we weren't able to put it on the agenda because we didn't know until after. And then we came back this week, we finally got these final numbers. So anything over 25,000 requires board approval. If we do have contingency money, it's not a change order to the contract. Contract stays the same, but we have allowances. And even after approving this, if we go with it, we still have 102,500 left in contingency. Asking what other items are pending that may require change orders out of this allowance. I know we have some graphics in the ILC and throughout that is, what is it called? It's like a wrap system,
It's like
wallpaper.
the graphics that were presented, it's like wallpaper. Initially, I think the district was gonna try to do that out of a different fund or separately, and we decided maybe a couple of weeks ago before the break that we
Get
would
the
route it
contractor
through
to
the
price it.
contractor. So,
And it's also other signage inside, right?
it's all the other branding, so as you go up above the learning stair, there's the big, the new graphic, the new logo is gonna be up there. The ILC, they wanted some other identification, and then all those wraps. So all
So
of
you have-
that went out for a package, so it's getting priced out right now, so, Ramon was hoping to have that yesterday, and we'll see, maybe we'll get it before the end of this week. and
Right, I know
we'll
that's
submit it.
pending, and that the staff, after we walked with Dr. Flores and some of our staff, they requested an additional fume hood in one of the science rooms. We only have one room outfitted with a fume hood. The original request was for one, but now that we're looking at it with university staff, we may be better off with 2 in case they need a second one. So he's got the design drawings out to the contractor to price how much it'll take to add the second fume hood.
So Oscar, hypothetically speaking, assuming this gets approved as is with everything, and then all those other things you mentioned with the 102, surplus in the contingency, do you think we're going to go over that maybe?
I was hoping David could have some prices for today, but we just don't
Yeah,
have them
couldn't
yet.
get it finalized.
But even if we use the 102, if something else comes up in the future, then we're gonna have to do a change order to the contract, because now we're exceeding the contract amount.
And that's just a simple change order, just like these, but
Right.
it's to the contract itself.
Right, but regardless of the amount, it has to come to the board anyway. Right now, anything over 25,000, we approve it administratively,
long as-
and we just
right.
advise the board. But like this one, it's over
'Cause it's over
25,000,
that
it
dollar.
requires board action.
But we're still sharing that equally with the university system.
Julio
Yeah.
would bill them. Mhm.
Yeah, we bill UTRGV for 50% of the cost
Right.
that we paid. We paid it up front, and then we invoice them for the 50%, and they've been paying, you know, their share, you know, every month.
So of the 130 something, they'll reimburse us half of that?
Yes,
But that still leaves, even after that, 102 left to complete.
correct.
Well, unfortunately, you know, the price of materials is just, are you seeing them come down at all? Not really, so.
It's-
I mean, I agree with Nolan. I mean, we need to do this right. It's a real showpiece in the district and the area.
Right, and I was thinking of if we could give them verbal approval, because how long is it gonna take to get these materials in? Some of these LED signs that have all these boards have that chip that nobody can get these chips. That, I don't know how long of a delay that'll be, so we could give a verbal and then just bring it back to the next board meeting to
Dr. Noyola,
formalize
I don't know, I don't know that that's necessarily unprecedented. I would be okay with that. I mean, this is something that time is of the essence, so I don't know, I mean, it obviously ultimately will require board approval to pay those funds, but I mean, I don't know how this board feels about it, but I mean, it would seem to me like the common sense thing to do would be, you know, this is not like gonna break the bank situation, and I hope, it seems like the will of the board is to get it done, so I think we would, you're right, I think that verbal approval, I mean, we should just proceed and get this done, in my opinion.
I mean, you can't place the orders till we approve it, right?
Out of what's on here, that's the biggest one. So they haven't moved forward with ordering any of this.
So
that-
the
for marquee.
sooner we give you approval, the sooner
Yeah.
you can order, the sooner we get it.
So, I mean, does this committee's, I suppose, input help in that regard? Or do you actually have, because, you know, we don't have our next meeting scheduled, I don't know when, I mean,
the
till,
second week of August.
I mean,
would be the
that's a
next
long
board
time
meeting.
from now. So, I mean, like,
There's another legal document an architect can use, it's called an architectural directive, to authorize the contractor to do the work without the price, it's not finalized, but then we bring it back to the board for formalization, but they have legal authorization from the architect to
Yeah.
move forward if it would decide to do that.
so you're stuck because if you don't get approval, you're stuck with that price tag? Is that what you're afraid of? Or is that just, is it just basically? the-
One is price hike. I mean, if we don't approve this soon, you know, the prices could change. I don't think they will. The other is just schedule. I know it doesn't have anything to do with the actual building and occupying the building. We're just trying to make sure that we get all this scheduled so that we can,
So another thing could be possible, and I don't know, again, the presiding officer, you know, and you know, Jerry and Fleury and, you know, Dr. Noyola could discuss this, but what we could do, we still have our ability to do telephonic meetings, and we could schedule in 72 hours, whenever, a telephonic meeting of the board where we all call in, like Zoom or phone, whatever, and vote some of these issues out. So it doesn't necessarily have to wait till August, in my opinion. I mean, if we needed to get that,
A special call
that
board meeting.
technical to whatever, if you're okay with some sort of directive or whatever you guys can figure out, I mean, I would think that it would be fine, but otherwise, if you need formal approval, then we can do some other form of a quick, this will be a 10-minute meeting, you know, 5-minute meeting.
So let me just look in and see if we absolutely need a meeting, but if we do, then we'll just do a special Zoom meeting or something like that, and we'll just post it pretty quick. It shouldn't take us very long to be able to do that.
if not, we can use a change directive, as Oscar said. The mechanism that we have to approve things and get things out in the field is what we typically do. But a directive, we could just issue it. They can proceed to get it within schedule, you know, at least start scheduling stuff. And then, I don't think there's an argument with a cost, it's just trying to
Yeah,
get
so,
it.
so I just want to belabor this issue, but this board, I can assure you, does not want to add to any delays that we have. We don't want to be part of the problem, right? So we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot. So there's already enough delays as it is
Right.
because, you know, organically, what's happening, as you know, across America and that kind of, it's.
Right, and we also want to schedule a ribbon cutting in the future, and I would like the project to be complete.
Yeah.
Oh, we're having a ribbon cutting, but this is not finished and that's not
Yeah.
finished. So it looks complete and everybody sees it. It's a really, really nice design.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much,
Mm-hmm.
David.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And then final payments are going to be on the board agenda. The Transition Academy, $770,000. We've paid $704, so we have $65,778, and we'll close out the Transition Academy payment. That's on your board agenda later this evening. And then the other final payment we'll have to present is the baseball backstops for Keys and Dixieland, $207,875. We have $376 left, so We've already paid 195, so there's a balance of 12,368. So you can add that 366 for the elevator for the,
That's right. The
For the
elevator and the
express
expansion of the
box.
board facilities at the stadium. Okay.
so you'll see those two agenda items on your board meeting. That's the end of my presentation. If there's no questions, we can move on to the financial report.
Julio, will you give us the financial report, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Powers. Thank you, Dr. Anoyola and committee members. So agenda item number 4 is the construction funds report as of June 30th, 2021. Can you bring it on the screen? Yeah, well, you do have the handout in front of you, but it is up there on the screen. So year 1 through 5 of the budget, $60 million. Year 6 budget, we had $23 million, and that includes, UTRGV's contribution to early college high school. What we spend in year 1 through 5, $54.2 million. What we spent and encumbered this year, $28.6. Total spending committed, through 6 years, $82.8 million. So it gives us a balance of about $114,000. So we have spending committed through 6 years of TRE, about almost $83 million worth of projects. That's quite a bit of dollars that have been committed to the school district because of the TRE. Be glad to answer any questions the committee members might have. Questions?
May I ask a question, please? May I ask a question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
I was considering the recent meetings that we've had in regard to the TRE, and I'm wondering, would you please remind me of how we are funding? I know that we discussed the air quality, that had been added to what we're doing.
Yes.
So how are we funding that, and what is the time period for all of that?
So it's a good question, Ms. Fleury. So all of the air quality, we're, at least for the next couple of years, we can fund through the new federal dollars, the ESSER 3 grant. And we can, we have set aside about $15 million in ESSER 3 dollars. We also have what is ESSER 2, which is Elementary Secondary Education Relief Fund or something like that. That's what it stands for. But we have some funds there that we can allocate towards quality air. And we have, allocated about $50 million in ESSER 3, and probably going to allocate another $10 million in ESSER 2. So quite a bit of dollars to HVAC's projects, through the federal grants.
That's wonderful, thank you. And I was wondering, do we have discretion in terms of how we choose to do that, or is that something that is either mandated or suggested from the state or we're talking, Greg, about the air quality, improved air quality, which is now, now on the front burner for everything. And we are doing it through the ESSER funds. I was just wondering do we yet know, Oscar or Julio, how we're going to be?
As far as locations
In terms of, we talk about air quality,
Right.
but what that really means, and do we have discretion
Yeah.
to decide how we're doing it, or are there national or state recommendations in regard to that?
Absolutely. We do have discretion as long as we improve the air quality in our systems. And there's, some old systems that we have in place that if we put in a newer HVAC system, it's going to improve the air quality. So yeah, we do have some discretion as how we can go about in improving the air quality of the buildings.
So it's up to the district to take
Yeah,
each building.
as long as we
care about.
justify that it is improving
Okay.
the
Yeah,
quality
thank
of the air. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
thank you very much. I think it's excellent, thank you.
Is that it?
Okay, we have 3 minutes to spare.
All right, golly, we finished early.
That was perfect. That
No,
was
thank you,
perfect, Chair.
Oscar, thank you. Very good meeting and very informative on all the projects. Weather permitted, we should be pretty close on track to everything, so thank you all again. And if there's nothing further, we stand adjourned.
And we appreciate that everybody made an effort to be here.
Welcome, everyone.
Let me see if they're, there we go.
Good evening and welcome, everyone. Time is currently 5:06 PM. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And this meeting has been posted in accordance to the Open Meetings Act. So wonderful. Thank you, everybody, for being here, watching at home, and of course here in the boardroom. Thank you for being here. So first of all, we're going to have an update. First of all, we're going to have Mrs. Cortan talk to us, presentation. Take it away.
Dr. Muniz, Committee Chair, Madam President, board members, Dr. Noyola, and audience. Excited to be able to talk to you about our Holdsworth update. And so as we go through today's agenda, there are a few things that we'll be going through. I'll talk a little bit about the overview of our Holdsworth partnership, talk about how we're focusing our work, getting ready for our experienced leadership, which in our district is very many times referred to as the leadership wheel. And then we'll talk about some exciting things on the horizon with our Holdsworth partnership. I have had such a wonderful experience with Holdsworth. I have to say that I'm going to do a little bit of a shout out for our district support team because I think that they're all online. And so we meet once a week with with our district support team led by Keisha Desjarnette. And so, like I said, I'm sure that they are online, so I'm going to have a huge shout out for them. But let me tell you, Holdsworth has brought a tremendous team together to support us. They have brought people from a human services background. They've brought people that have worked with principal coaching, both in big and smaller scale organizations. And so really excited about the work that we'll be doing with Holdsworth. I am going to start by just talking a little bit about where we have been up to now and what the partnership looks like. So it is a 5-year partnership, and so we are currently getting ready, or we have jumped into year 3 of our partnership. And so as I share some of the information with you today, I really want you to think a little bit about the lens of sustainability. Because in our district, we've seen that it takes roughly about 3 years to have sustainable models that we can bring in. And when we talk about sustainability, we want to do it right. And so all of our work from here forward is really going to be focused on that, meeting this goal of having sustainable change within our district. So in years 1 and 2, we had the opportunity to participate in the district leadership program. I'm going to back up one slide because you see us there. The smiles are because we actually had a graduation. It was a very rigorous 2-year program, but we learned so much along the way. And what better way to really model our intentions and our investment in Holdsworth than to set aside that amount of time with our senior team leaders. And so you'll also see that Dr. Pettis is in there as well. He attended as a Holdsworth board member. He walked in just on cue. And so he attended as a Holdsworth board member. But it was a great celebration for graduation because it really closed up a 2-year process by which we as leaders refined our own personal reflections and our own way of doing leadership the right way. So that was in years 1 and 2. You'll also see up on the screen, there's these light blue bars there, cohorts 1 through 4. The intent of the 5-year partnership is to also have about 50% of our principals that will go through something called the Campus Leadership Program, where Holdsworth invests in our campus principals. They apply, we identify those leaders in our district. We are just starting our 2nd cohort. Actually, they drove up there this morning. And so we have Linda Molina from Crockett. We have Tanya Garza from Zavala. We have Pedro Sanchez from Coakley and Adriana Arellano from Dr. Rodriguez Elementary. They are starting their 2-year program called the Campus Leadership Program. Why is that Campus Leadership Program so important? Because it walks our principals through a problem of practice. How to think about bringing a team around a problem of practice. We have great ideas in education. But one of the things that we're going to refine with our campus leadership program is how to, yes, have the ideas and then bring it to fruition. So right now, it's a huge day for our Cohort 2 principals because they're starting their campus leadership program. You see there that in years 4 and 5, we will actually have a total of about 8 or 9 principals that will be participating in CLP, in that campus leadership program, and all with the intention of covering about 50% of our principals. So we're entering into the 3rd year of our partnership and getting ready to outline our projects because we know that sustainability is on the horizon. So I'll talk a little bit about what we learned in our DLP and how it has already started changing the landscape of our district up to now. So on the DLP team, we had our superintendent, Mr. Strubart, joined us for that team, Dalia Garcia, Joseph Villarreal, and myself as the district champion. And so what we've learned in these last 2 years has really guided us in bringing that entire reflective leadership to the forefront in our district. It's given us great tools to not just to profess the importance of reflective leadership, but we started with ourselves. We've had 2 years to really think about what does reflection look like at our level and what is our investment in that. And so with that, the other lesson that we learned is that feedback is a gift. And we have had many gifts along the way that has shaped us into better and more effective leaders. So I'll talk a little bit more about how that's going to infuse its way into our culture in this coming year. But the other thing that we did is that this whole concept, we've always talked about how we need to have a really strong bench. Our MIT programs have been successful up to now, but part of the reason that we decided to apply for Holdsworth is because we had done a good job, but we wanted to do a great job. We wanted to have the highest level of effectiveness when it came to building capacity and leadership in our district. And so working with Dr. Noyola, she has brought this whole concept of succession planning to the senior team table. And so our conversations have already begun about that. What does that look like in our district? And if we start with the senior team, then that just kind of makes it easier to run through the entire system. So that's the importance of and the impact of our DLP experience up to now. Then I talked a little bit about the campus leadership program. So on the left-hand side there, you see 3 of our cohort 1 principals, that being Tina Garza, Minnie Ramirez, and Imelda Trevino. So as they jumped into this 2nd year of their campus leadership program, what they're doing right now is that they have identified a real problem of practice at their campus. And here's the thing. As leaders, sometimes it's great to come to the table and say, this is kind of how we're going to do things, right? You come with a game plan as a leader and you are able to move people along the way with a very well thought out plan. However, that leadership style doesn't work for every single scenario, because if we're truly going to build capacity in our system, we as leaders have to understand how to bring a team together and let them walk through a thought process of finding solutions for a problem of practice. Think about how impactful that is to teach our principals how to do that at the campus and bring people along with them. So the bottom picture there is a picture of Judy Peters from Bonham Elementary. She's part of Mrs. Ramirez's CLP team. And so they're brainstorming right now through solutions and through how they can execute a solution to their problem of practice. So really, you think about the role of a principal. In a CLP program, it's going to change tremendously. We're giving them different skills along with Holdsworth to be able to step back and not always have to have the answers, but ask the right questions. The magic is in the dialogue. And so a big part of CLP is doing just that. And this is the program where I say within the span of the next 3 or 4 years, we will cover about 50% of our principals in that program. So sustainability, we have 3 years left of this fabulous partnership, and I hope that it continues past the 5, but we know for sure at least 3 of Holdsworth being in our district. So it's time to really start focusing our work to meet the goals, the end goal that we had. This probably looks familiar. I hope it looks familiar from our Team of 8 training. We had Dr. Wharton come in and she had a chance to talk about the Holdsworth House. And so what you see up on the screen, at the bottom, district culture, we have a great district culture. where our first phase of the work started was that bottom area down here where you see leadership definition. We could all speak to great leaders in our organization, and we could say this is a wonderful leader to learn from, but we didn't quite necessarily have a common language about why they were so effective. And so what the leadership definition has done is that it's given us a common language of leadership in our district and what we're expecting. You may also recall that last year, we asked our entire district to participate in something called a talent assessment. And in that talent assessment, we were able to extract areas of this entire Holdsworth house that we as a district needed to work on and to focus on. So our work within these 5 years will all revolve around identifying leaders, developing those leaders once we identify them, placing them, and absolutely supporting them. How are we going to coach our leaders in our system? So those yellow highlighted items cannot happen in the absence of great data. And so further into the presentation, Mrs. Garcia will speak a little bit about how we are being data-driven with our leadership placement. But these are the different priorities that we have. So if you think about that house, all that we're doing these next 3 years is going to be very intentional and very focused on meeting the goals of having those areas be stronger in our district. So if you think about our leadership definition, the leadership wheel, that'll be a big part of our discussion today. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about talent assessment and just brag on our district for just a little while. So on the screen there, you see that despite the transitions this year, our talent assessment said to us this year that we had a high level of staff engagement. So with Holdsworth every year, we will participate in a talent assessment. And that assessment lets us know how we're doing with meeting the metrics of our goals with regards to Holdsworth. The goal on this chart is to not have so much red, but to get to the darkest shade of green. And so when you look on the screen, I'm proud of the fact that we were able to bring Holdsworth concepts into our district, and we have quite a bit of dark green on that screen, which says that we're doing something right with infusing Holdsworth concepts into our organization. And you see the themes on the left-hand side, and so our staff had a survey that we sent out, and they responded to a set of questions revolving around those different themes. And so excited and proud of the work that we've done with Holdsworth thus far. You see the other thing too on the screen is that there's different groups of stakeholders. You can see up there how teachers, assistant principals, and central office administrators are doing. So very excited about that. And again, I think a lot of it is because of the partnership and because of our district support team. So experienced leadership, AKA leadership wheel that I talked about earlier. This has helped us to create a common language of leadership in our district. It has also doubled, though, as a great reflection tool and a coaching tool. And so when we think about experienced leadership, we had to make sure that we were going to bring the wheel to life in our organization. And we've made a commitment to make that part of the fabric of who we are in HCISD. So every month, as we launched this year, we would bring in a different competency. And at our HLC, which is about 120 or so of our district and campus leaders, we would focus on one particular competency. So if you're looking at the screen, on the left-hand side there, you see Heart for People, and on the right-hand side, you see Commitment to Excellence. In a nutshell, that's what we expect of every single leader in our district. But just like with anything else, when you provide clarity, people are going to meet the goals because they understand the direction. So in Heart for People, we have said with our experienced leadership, if we're going to be great leaders and have a heart for people, we're going to build trusting relationships, we're going to collaborate, we're going to be an effective communicator, and we're going to develop self and others. In our organization, we have wonderful models in each of those competencies. So every month, we bring forward a competency and we do a deep dive with our leaders and we say, here's the competency, here are the behaviors. And at the end of every monthly module, we went a little bit further and said, by the way, Think of all these behaviors, think about your colleagues, tell us which principal exemplifies this competency, and which central office administrator exemplifies that competency. So they nominated people, and the following month when they'd come back, we would say, here's the model for effective communicator. Here's the model for being innovative. Here's a model for being results-driven, which, of course, Mrs. Garcia, she got the nomination, so hoorah for her, right? But every month,
Why do you keep pointing at Debbie Scoggin? She's,
she is the picture of experienced leadership, right, Deb? Anyway, so every month, we were saying, here are the folks that you said exemplified all of these behaviors. Because, and the reason we did that, several reasons, but they can serve as a leadership coach in our organization. And if that's the way that their peers view them, then why not tap into them? And why not use that particular leader as a model? The other thing, though, is that we get to learn what it looks like in practice, right? And so every month we would do that. The other thing is that in working with our appraisers, our appraisals, we are under a system called TPIS. So we knew that if we were going to have an appraisal at the end of the year, our leadership definition had to make its way into that. We needed to align that. So what we were able to do with Keisha and the rest of the team is that we said, here's our leadership definition, here's all of our competencies, and here's what the state has said will make an effective principal. So we created our own crosswalk, and we're now using that as a coaching tool. And so Mrs. Romero and Dr. Villarreal are able to pull their principals in and say, let's talk a little bit about where we are in the spectrum. So that it served as a great coaching tool. And then they do that with their assistant principals. So excited about that. So we would be remiss if we didn't take our experienced leadership wheel, and embed that into everything that we do. You think about the hiring process, and if we were going to get it right, we knew that that's where we needed to start. So the way that experienced leadership has impacted our district already is that this hiring season, we were able to work with Mrs. Scott. That's why I'm pointing at her, Dr. Perez. She's the star of this show, of this part of the show. But what we were able to do is I sat with Mrs. Scoggin and the rest of the team, and we said, how can we bring this to fruition? How are we going to bring this into our hiring practices? Here's where we ended up, is that based on our experienced leadership, every prompt, every pre-screener, and every question that we ask in the interview process is linked back to behaviors. And so as people are coming to sit on the committees, they know that that's part of what we're looking at. We now can open up an interview process and say, okay, so today we're going to look for an assistant principal, and here are the behaviors, and this is exactly what that means in our district. So imagine the power of thinking about placing the right leaders. We start with that conversation at the onset and provide clarity to our committees. So when they're going to push forward their finalists, they are thinking, they're looking at those interviewees through that lens. So Mrs. Scoggin has been a huge champion for that. The other thing is that I'm going to speak very briefly. You see on the right-hand side there, it says rubrics and interview banks. At times, we have had people that have come in to interview and have not been successful. And so they come in seeking feedback. And depending on somebody like this, I'm going to use Mrs. Scoggin as an example. She's a perfect example, that's why. But if somebody calls Mrs. Scoggin, she's probably able to say, well, this is an area of strength, and this is what you may want to work on. But the conversation really, at times, would end there. The power of having all of our experienced leadership being part of our hiring process now is that we're able to pull that rubric, and somebody that is asking for feedback, we can say, let me tell you, you really shined in these 4 or 5 behaviors. I would suggest that you really think about looking at bringing forward how collaborative you are. Think about how you're data-driven. And it gives people in our organization a hope and a goal to work towards. So it's a very different feel. So you think post-interview, for people that come in to interview, they invest a lot of time in those interviews. And so now we can take that and have actual dialogue about very specific areas that they want to hone in on and refine. And once they do that, because we're identifying models in our district, we can say, and by the way, Mrs. Bauer, she's a great effective communicator, so you might want to tap into her and just kind of pick her brain a little bit. So you see that it's this whole cycle now of leadership behaviors and creating a common language around what we call the leadership wheel. So here's an example of something that we are also working on, which is called profiles, leadership profiles. So we met with different layers of stakeholders. Mrs. Romero and Dr. Villarreal were a big part of this process as well. And we sat and we asked stakeholders, here are all of our behaviors. For a principal to walk into the door on day one, what are some behaviors and competencies that they have to have mastered and have done well up to that point? And so what you see on the screen there is just an example. So I'm going to speak to that big picture. If you are a principal interviewing in our organization for a principal position, you see all of the competencies and behaviors around our leadership wheel. Our interview process starts with those competencies and behaviors in mind first. Here's our non-negotiable. So as a district, every principal interview is going to have a flavor of all of those competencies and all of those behaviors. They'll make their way into the prompts, into the pre-screening questions, interview questions. Every aspect of the interview will have those behaviors embedded in there. But we also know that every campus has a different need, a different type of area that they're trying to work on. So we start with this, and then we sit with the administrator that's going to be working with the hiring, and we say, what else do we need outside of this? What is it that you're looking for at that campus or in that department? So we stay true to who we are as a district. We set the non-negotiables, and then we also have some room for the nuances of every department and campus, but all coming back to the leadership definition. So you think a little bit about, did I pull up the wrong one? Let's see. I'm going to close this for just a second because there were two up on the screen, and I think I may have been pulling up or presenting from a different one. Let's see. Here we go. So you think about the power of coaching, and you think about how we're wanting to make sure that people in our organization are very familiar with what they're shooting for. When people come in to interview now, we're going to be able to provide a lot of substance and a lot of structure to what it is that HCISD is looking for in different roles. Remember earlier I talked about data, like we have to have great data. And so one of the big projects that we worked on this year, Mrs. Scoggin and Mrs. Garcia, is that they are creating something called a talent management system, where we would know the landscape of our bench and where everybody sits right now, and be able to have projections of vacancies at different levels. So I'm going to hand it over to Mrs. Garcia so she can speak a little bit more about that.
Hi, good afternoon. Dr. Muniz, Board of Trustees, Dr. Neola, senior team and audience. As Ms. Corton mentioned, there's been heavy engagement in the experienced leadership wheel and the work that's being done throughout the years with our partnership with Holdsworth. And I'd have to say for one, too, that experience was one that I will remember for a lifetime. And it has a lot of leadership skills, strengths, and certainly helps you look at things very strategic. So as the senior team and a lot of the district members started looking at the experienced leadership wheel, a lot of changes began to unfold regarding changes to district practices as far as weaving in their leadership practices with the interview process and some of the things that Ms. Corton mentioned. So in looking at some of the data, we started collecting and modeling data early last fall. Some of the data we collected was very broad, so we cast a very wide net. So as Ms. Corton mentioned, we worked with Ms. Deb Scoggins, shoulder to shoulder. We collected a lot of information that was in our system, along with conversations that were held with Ms. Romero and Dr. Joseph Villarreal to collect the information and start looking at and diagnosing the talent needs across the district. We wanted more of a systemic way of tracking AP candidates' readiness to fill some of these principal roles, as well as a means to identify some high potential leaders. So as we started looking at the data, started rendering some of these visuals, and you'll see some in the next slide, our goal is really to help identify some of these high potential leaders, some of these non-negotiable items, Our goal is to create a data warehouse where we can store and leverage some talent planning data to identify, again, like Ms. Corton mentioned, identify potential vacancies, identify the number of leaders needed across the district, as well as to determine the readiness of our bench. So as we started looking at Holdsworth assessment survey data, along with our longitudinal data, we did recognize, and what was illuminated was that our staff retention rate in the district for principals and APs is at about 90%. So we have staff really wanting to stay here and very comfortable in wanting to move forward in some of these leadership positions. So 90% is very high. In many districts, it is not that high at all. And so as we started examining the staff retention rate, leadership opportunities, experienced leadership integrated into the fiber of some of our district practices, we also recognized we wanted to make sure that our readiness bench was at full capacity to be able to assume some of these leadership roles. So as we started looking at data out there, we started, again, casting a wide net because there's so much data out there, and we wanted to make sure to represent some of the data in different visuals that we can capitalize and start looking at seeing how we can identify some high potential leaders. What kind of data did we need to collect in the system? What kind of data was not in the system was more of a conversational piece with conversations with our assistant superintendents and the principals about their aspirations. So at the very far bottom of the screen, as we started looking at the data and diagnosing some of our talent needs, you'll see we collected general information as far as employee name, gender, age. We started looking at some credentials. What are our employee credentials? Typically, we keep that information stored in the system, and we oftentimes forget that some of our personnel, some of our leaders have some numerous number of credentials that we can capitalize on. So we pulled some of their credentials, their certifications, some of their position roles that they've had throughout the district, their years of tenure as a principal or as a leader at a campus, as a district leader in general, years in position, the number of years in state. We also looked at some very important information as far as career planning. So again, in looking at the principal role and some of the information provided in the system with principals and APs, we did pull their TPES evaluation results to see what were their strengths and areas of development as far as their TPES evaluations. How could we use that information in there to, again, diagnose some of the talent needs and identify some high potential leaders? We looked at aspirational data. So with some of our leaders across the district, did they participate in the MIT program, right, with Ms. Corton leading the multipliers and trainings? Were they interested in these leadership positions across the district? Did they engage in some professional development opportunities? What do they aspire to be? Do they want to be principals? Do they want to be directors? So a lot of the information we did collect from them, as well as conversations, again, with some of the senior team members regarding their aspirations. We also collected information from the accountability system in terms of, as a principal at a campus, what does their attendance rate look like? Because as a leader, they drive a lot of the instruction on the campus, and it illuminates through a lot of the data we see at the campus level. So we collected attendance rates at the campus, student attendance rates, their accountability results. Were they strong in the student growth area and the student achievement and the closing the gaps area? So again, a lot of information we collected, again, casting a wide net to see what data we can pull and render for visuals as we move forward to start collecting the talent profile or potential talent profile of a leader. So as I mentioned, all the data collected and looking at some of the assessment survey results along with the data that we collected, we did present probably about 30 visuals, and you're going to see about 3 of them right now. 30 different visuals where we coupled the information as far as their principals, their gender. Did we have more females at the elementary and the secondary? The TPES evaluation results across the different school types. But one thing that did illuminate as we were gathering all the information is that first slide you see on the screen that was very impactful and engaging a lot of the conversations that were held about preparing our bench and preparing our future leaders. And we realized there that the retirement eligibility, when we started collecting the number of years of service, doing a real quick calculation as far as their age and their years of service in the district with the rule of 80. That data illuminated that we have at this time 10 eligible principals ready to retire. So 10 principals ready to retire tomorrow. Would we be able to fulfill 10 potential principal vacancies tomorrow if need be? Is our bench ready to support that number of high potential, high leaders in these spots? And what are we doing to prepare our personnel to reach and aspire to those positions? So that drove a lot of the discussion as we moved forward with, again, rendering different visuals. We also recognized, you don't see that on the screen, when we started analyzing the assistant principal roles, same type of information illuminated that we have 7 potential eligible assistant principals in that same arena that could be eligible for retirement tomorrow. So as we started looking at just that number 10, that is 1/3 of our district as far as your principal vacancies. And that's pretty impactful when we start looking at preparing our internal candidates to aspire to reach those positions. So the next slides, I know you see some blurred areas there that we were masking some sensitive data. Some of the conversations that were held were with these 10 potential vacancies at the principal level. What candidates and what opportunities do we have for assistant principals or instructional coaches to be able to support those vacancies or to be able to fill those vacancies? So talent planning process began in that manner with conversations, again, held at every opportune time through the interview process that illuminated a lot of the need to identify the skill set of our principals, our APs and instructional coaches, and of course, other personnel that were interested in leadership positions. But in looking at these 10, and I'm using 10 here because that really did illuminate a lot of the discussions. What type of leader would we need to replace at the campus? You know, it all depends on having the right talent and the right fit at the campus, along with identifying some of those high potential skill sets and those non-negotiable skill sets that were shown earlier in the leadership wheel. So talent planning in terms of collecting the data, rendering, and really forging and sparking those discussions to help identify the need, identify the talents, really encouraged use of the data and continued collection of the data. At this time, we were talking about principals and APs, but the intent is and we're starting to build a data warehouse at this point. The intent is to fold in additional data that has certainly been used in this past year with the 360 talent planning process, with the evaluations there. A lot of it, there's so much information out there, and the whole goal is to really centralize all this data to render a talent profile to, again, identify these high potential leaders and identify some potential vacancies that we need to plan for the future. So with a strategic approach of diagnosing some of our future talent needs, we can identify some potential leaders as well and have a bench-ready number of people aiming to fill these positions. You'll see there on again, one of the blurred images there, there were some discussions as far as retirement. While we have 10 potential vacancies, an important part there is that they're eligible for retirement, but some principals, in fact, you know, many of them at this point have declared, well, you know, I'm not ready to retire. I have 5 more years, or I want to do 2 more years. And so how do we leverage that data as well and collect that data? So we're working, I know we're working with Ms. Deb Scoggins and Ms. Corton to identify the data sources so that we are able to collect that system electronically and build and tie those pieces together to develop, again, this talent management process. But a lot of data out there, just centralizing the information and looking at the data that will render the best results to identify that high potential leader. So I'm going to pass it back to Ms. Corton here.
So we're going to go to May of 2024, right around the corner, right? So we're May 2024, and we lose one of our principals, and we want to sit there and be able to say, got it, let's look at the bench. I'm going to click on this, Greg Powers. I'm going to pull up his profile. I'm going to know exactly what he's done, what his career aspirations are, and I'm going to know all that about him. That is the goal of our talent management system, so that we always have a bench, and not just for the role of principal, for everything, right? For all of our leadership roles, but we're going to start there. So if you think about that, I talked earlier about the fact that we've got 3 more years left of this very structured partnership. And so as we move forward, we're going to be very intentional about what that will look like. So in working with Keisha and the rest of the team, we have identified that there are 3 big areas that we're going to focus on as we get ready to embark on year 3 of our partnership. We're going to learn about developing and supporting staff. We're going to make sure that we're placing the right leaders, not that we haven't up to now. We're going to refine our processes. And we're also going to look at how to identify a strong bench of leaders. So in order to get all of that done, every year that's left in our partnership, we're going to have different initiatives that we're going to launch. This coming year, here's a little bit of what we're going to do. First of all, imagine the talent planning management system. That's going to be critical because that's going to be our bank. That'll be our entire data warehouse of leadership. We'll know where our bench is at. We'll know where our projected vacancies could be at any given point. And through all of this data mining, we've already been able as a district to identify that we need to plan for about 2 to 3 principal vacancies every year, because longitudinally, that's what it's looked like. So that's given us a chance to really rethink how are we going to make sure that we get to a 3-to-1 ratio. Our goal with our partnership is to have 3 valid and what is the word I'm looking for? It escaped me. I'm getting older. Viable candidates to take over a 1 principal vacancy. So think about that. A 3 candidate ratio to every 1 principal vacancy. That's our goal. And to make sure that we're using that data warehouse to guide our work. So what's that going to look like this year? We're going to start with Mrs. Romero and Dr. Villarreal, no pressure, but they're going to help us to launch part of this work. Because at the beginning of the year, we are going to launch something called a 360. So just raise your hand if you're familiar with the concept of a 360 assessment. So I know how much to go into detail. Here it is in a nutshell. We did it at part of our DLP, and let me tell you, you have the opportunity to have people complete a survey, both who are above and below you in the organization. They give you feedback, many gifts we got along the way, but you get this report at the very end that says, here's where you're doing really, really great. Here are some areas where you might want to refine. It not only does that, as a 360 participant, I could think that I am like rock solid on a competency, but everybody else is like, not so much, right? It's a coaching tool. There's nothing wrong with getting the feedback. We're going to start with our principles. We're going to do a 360, all based around experienced leadership, so that we now use that as a coaching tool. But aside from that, we're also going to be able to sit with them at the beginning of the year, at their start of the year conferences with Joseph and Lori. And those 2 leaders are going to be able to say, this principal aspires to do X, Y, Z. How do we get them there? That principal will take that coaching, like know what it feels like to be coached, and then they're going to pay it forward to their assistant principals. So think about how in the scope of the next few years, we'll know the career aspirations and the trajectories of our principals, assistant principals, and beyond. We're just starting there because that happens to be what our focus is with Holdsworth. That's the goal. So we'll do the 360s. We're also going to leverage our principal talent. And I want to say about maybe 2 or 3 months ago, we came in and we had this conversation. I want to say it was Dr. Reininger. And we talked about, like, are we learning from one another? Because if we don't, boy, have we missed the mark. So this coming year, every month we have a meeting with our assistant principals. We call it LSI because it's leading and supporting instruction. But those assistant principals are going to learn from our current principals on those 8 competencies that fit in that leadership wheel. Who better to coach our very own aspiring principals than our principals, right? So that's kind of one of the things that we're going to be doing with our APs. I spoke a little bit about the interview process. We're just on the brink of changing all of that. We're going to expand that, and eventually we will start looking at job descriptions that are written with the same language of our experienced leadership wheel. And so we did a flavor of that with a few of our positions and working with Mrs. Scoggin, but that really is going to become the norm. That is the goal, is that that will become the norm. We talked a little bit about our talent management system, and one very exciting component that Dr. Neola and I are working on, and we'll certainly continue to share this information with you, is that, remember we talked in Singapore, when we came back, we were super excited about this like residency type of model. We have a lot of confidence that we can get it up and running, right, Dr. Neola? So we are currently looking at a framework where we would have a launch of our own principal residency program with our assistant principals, all driven by this talent management system and looking at our longitudinal data. Because you probably remember this as well from the Team of 8 training. 70% of the prep is getting your hands into the mix and getting out there and practicing skills. 70% of our learning with leadership, with anything, but in particular with leadership, 70% of our learning is doing it. And so what better way to really prepare aspiring principals than to have them participate in a residency program? And so we're working on that. That's one of our big projects with Holdsworth this coming year. We don't want to lose time, so we'll start with a soft launch of that this fall and make sure that we are already working on developing that bench. All about coaching, all about mentoring, and you can't do that in the absence of feedback and true data. So between the 360 and our talent management system, we're excited to be able to place ourselves in 2024 and click on Greg Powers and know everything about Greg Powers and where he wants to go and all that good kind of stuff. So I have said a whole bunch. I'm sure that there are one or two questions, maybe some conversation that you want to have. So I'm going to hand it back to our committee chair.
Excellent, excellent presentation. Do we have any questions, comments, maybe even concerns?
Sure. Maybe.
Can you go back to the last slide?
Sure.
Just a real quick observation and question. You know, obviously all this is very important, but I just want to be sure, because I think this district, well, let's be reminded that in Texas, there's a 20% turnover of principals every year, at least a 20% every year. Mm-hmm. Within 3 years or something like that, it's projected like half the principals are, you know, they're gone somewhere else. Mm-hmm. Private sector, they go somewhere else, they go whatever, get promoted, and so the other districts. So we've already got a pretty good track record, as you said earlier, even though we've got 10 right now that could retire if they wanted to. We've got a pretty good track record where we don't turn over that many. Like you said, maybe 2 or 3 a year at most, right? Which is a lot less than 20%. Less than half of that, right? Because that would be 6 or whatever more a year. Mm-hmm. So we already have a pretty good track record. And I think that this district would already have a pretty good interest of folks that want to be in leadership positions. I mean, we got a lot of interest from outside our district that want to be leaders and want to be in leadership positions in this district. So all that to say this, I think that with what y'all are doing, you're going to even, to your point, you're going to help, refine and really upgrade dramatically the talent management and talent development system, right? Where you're developing people even better at a higher level and managing people even at a much higher level, right? Especially using the 70-20-10 model, et cetera, and really giving them experience. So I think the interest is even going to be greater for folks to want to basically climb that career path. All that to say and ask this. In my mind, placing the right leaders is the most critical because, listen, there's going to be some that want it so bad and they keep showing up, whatever, and can almost force you in a situation like, just give her this or give him that position or whatever. We've got to be very careful that we are selecting the absolute, because listen, let's be honest here. Not everybody's cut out to be a manager of people and to be a manager of an organization, right? And when you're a principal, I'm sorry, but you are a manager of you're like a mayor of a small city, pretty much, right? And not everybody's cut out to be that. I don't care how well educated you are. You've got to have the right temperament. You've got to have the right, it takes so much to really manage people, to build a culture and organization, and to really be a leader that other people are drawn to, you know what I mean? And so I think we have to make sure we get that piece right, because I feel the interest is going to, continue to be there. And there's going to be a lot of, but making sure that we select the best leaders is going to be key. So I'd love your comments on that, and that was my question or comments.
So I think we all agree, you know, when we had a conversation about, particularly when I had a chance to sit with Mrs. Goggin, the process, there is going to be an art to creating the right process to select people that even get through the pre-screener.
Thank you.
When we sent out the pre-screener, we said, I'm going to come back here to this profile. When we sent out the pre-screener, we did it with assistant principals, and I happen to have the principal profile up there. But we looked at those, and we sat with Joseph and Lori, and we said, think about where people are most successful and where people have had missteps in a placement like AP or principal. And we had a conversation about what is the highest yield behaviors. Because if they don't have that, they can't progress past the pre-screener. So we embedded those in our pre-screening process, and we sent it out. Everybody can be pre-screened. But when you score it against a rubric, it becomes very clear who really has the capacity to move on to the next level. And like I said, you know, it becomes a coaching tool, because you're right, there are some people, I have a couple of meetings scheduled with people because they're coming in and saying, I've interviewed 5 or 6 times, what is it? Now, my conversation with that person is, let me pull the rubric. We're not going to share all of the interview information, but I have speaking points to be able to say, I realize that you're very strong in these skills, but as an assistant principal, as an instructional coach, this is what we're looking for.
Gotcha.
And you start asking the right questions, you start coaching them, because if you do it the right way, they're going to realize, I agree, not everybody is cut out to be a principal or sit in leadership positions, but they still may have a talent that we can leverage elsewhere. But when you coach people around a tool and around something that is black and white, boy, does it help you to have them, you ask the right questions, and they start realizing, yeah, maybe that's not my skill set. But this position, that might be an option for you.
Well, and thank you for that answer, because it's very affirming to know that we're going to be selective, at the outset, right? Who we let into the front door and of this potential for basically climbing the leadership structure and organization. But it's also going to help, us not to get so many phone calls, because I can imagine those kind of conversations. Yes. It's going to be very informative to that person on the other side, saying, okay, now I understand why I wasn't selected or haven't been selected, that kind of stuff. And they're not going to be, because listen, there's been folks, they call us and they call, oh my God, I've applied 3 times. How come I can't get, and we're like, it's Dr. Nayola's fault. I don't know. You talk to her, call her. Here's her cell phone.
It always is.
Yeah. But you see what I'm saying? Like, I think it's going to help the other side, that person in that seat understand, like, okay, now I understand. This is not a political, this is not a popularity contest, right? I mean, at the end of the day, and that's another question I had was about, because we're measuring this in terms of bench strength and everything else. Another part of the big outcomes is student outcomes, right, and everything else. And so we haven't even gotten into that yet, because at the end, we're going to be measuring that simultaneously, looking at, hey, that's the rubber meets the road at these principals that run the campus. Hey, how are your students doing? And that should be tracking in the same regard. So I hope they understand that if it's explained that way, with the rubric, with everything else, with those metrics and with these talking points, that hopefully would make sense and resonate with them.
Yes, I'm going to take us back to a few months ago. Remember, we talked about the keyword, and I want to say it was maybe Lori that came in, and we talked about this one word, individualized. And yes, like, the leadership development has to be individualized. But working simultaneously along that is also that when we talk about being individualized, we're getting closer and closer to having a student, like a realizing our dream of it for a student, for them to track their progress. And then we're jumping into doing that with instructional coaches and library media specialists, where they too are going to have their metrics that we're measuring. And so we start with a student, but really it's all the way up through the higher levels of leadership. Because what we're tracking with students on their own progress sheets will make its way all the way through the organization, right? And so there's a lot of, there is some rhyme and reason to our madness, but it's about, if we're really going to be individualized, every person has to be able to pull some data source and be able to say, this is where I am today, this is where I want to be, now map it out. Let's map it out with you, and let's figure out what areas you need to look at. Because we agree too, and being data-driven and results-driven is one of our priorities for a leader. You have to use that. And you know, in one of our recent interviews, we asked about how do you use that right now? Like not how will you use data, how do you use that right now? And so when I talk about that there's an art to crafting the right questions, it's not about, tell me about this hypothetical thing that you would do. It's tell me what you're doing today that has prepared you to sit in some of those positions. And it's a very different mindset. When you get those rubrics and the questions together, it's very different. So, and we've heard that from some of the people that have come to interview, like, wow, both internal and external, right? We're talking about being driven to create a bigger bench, but also understanding like everybody can be pre-screened, internal and external. It's about finding the best talent to fit the need of that organization.
Any other questions, comments?
I have just one brief question. What a great presentation. I'm interested in the 50% who won't go through Holdsworth.
That's a great question, and I had it somewhere in my notes, but you know, I don't like to read off my script because I think I have it all up here, but anyway. So I'm going to speak a little bit about that. When we went to our DLP sessions, we always had a mechanism to bring it back. So right now I talked a little bit about how Dr. Neola brought succession planning in to our whole senior team. So senior team members outside of DLP understand what we're learning through Holdsworth, and it's our job to bring that back and to say, here's a little snippet of it. And so together as a senior team, we're going to walk you through some of the culminating activities. So Keisha has zoomed into a couple of our senior team meetings, and we want to bring everybody along with the learning. The 50% of CLP principals are going to have to pay it forward and going to have to tell their story about what a transformation it has made, what a transformation they have gone through. Because the intent is that when you make your way through that 2-year CLP, you're ready to coach another leader. Create the bench, work with your colleagues, and a lot of it is going to be in our structures. We're redefining how we're going to be developing and supporting leaders in our organization, starting with HLC all the way through. Learning that we do with principals on a monthly basis and our assistant principals and everybody, it's going to look different. And all of it is a direct result of our DLP and our CLP experiences, because we got to bring it back. So the other 50% will get a flavor of that. And as a district, we will embed systems that everybody knows what Holdsworth is and feels what Holdsworth is all about. And I'll tell you, Keisha is a gem. She's been in our assistant principal meetings. She's been in our principal meetings. She's a part of our district. This year was a little different, right, with virtual, but she was still able to make connections and focus groups and things like that. So that's how we'll do that. Everybody will get something from Holdsworth.
And real quick on that.
Yes, sir.
I think y'all were also, we talked about learning about the best practices in other districts, because there's a right way and a wrong way to spread that knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can do it in a way that turns people off, like, whoa, let me tell you what I learned when I went to Singapore, and they're like rolling their eyes, like, oh, because,
right.
they didn't get to go. So it can come across the wrong way, so, and things like that. And so I think there's ways to do it to where you're just, working in a team again with somebody else, and they're like, oh, wow, that is cool, and you're helping, and you're that kind of, so there's a way to collaborate and do it the right way so that it's well received and not like, oh, you're just showing off because you're at this fancy campus in Austin kind of thing, you know what I mean? So anyway, I'm exaggerating to make a point, but
No, but it's true, because even with our teacher pathways, Shane has a passion for the Singapore model, and he is leading that work with teacher pathways. We have to be very careful that it's something that is part of our our fabric, and threaded into our own fabric at HCISD, where we're not going to say, here, let me show you the Singapore model, and this is what we're going to do, right? We have to sell it, and it has to be something that's ours, and so.
let me show you the hotel we stayed at.
Yes. and then we'll just stop right there.
Yes, thank you. That was an extraordinary presentation. Thank you for what obviously is an extraordinary experience. I mean, how fabulous, how wonderful, and the timing is just perfect, I think, coming out of COVID and how much we need to bring to the table, you know, a refreshed version of what we're doing. And so this is really exciting, and thank you for setting aside the time for us to have this comprehensive understanding of what we're doing. And really, my questions have been asked. I would just like to, you know, add my little exclamation points to the questions that my colleagues have brought forward, because I don't actually think you were exaggerating, Dr. Pettis. I think you were right on target about the critical manner in which what Dr. Reiniger brought up, it is, you know, for this to work for us, we've got to encompass 100% of our district in one way or another. And so how we take on that other, the responsibility with the other 50%, to me, is just as important as how we're doing it with the 50% that are doing it with Holdsworth. That's just really critically important. And I would assume and would expect that Holdsworth has some direction in that regard, because that's really got to work. Because what we're aiming for, of course, is a system-wide result, not a half of a system-wide result. And then the second thing I would like to put an exclamation point, so thank you for that, you folks. The other exclamation point is the measurement for all of this to work is the increased performance in the classroom. And then the children's scores individually, one by one in this school district, are what will measure the value of Holdsworth to this district. And I believe, I buy in and believe absolutely that leadership will inform that. You know, leadership will inform that result. If it's 100%, and it gets to all of our students. But, you know, I'm sure Dahlia just can't wait to get her hands on some data that show in the long run how this is working. And again, back to timing, because as Dr. Noyola has said, the only way we pull ourselves up from COVID is one student at a time.
Right.
You know, individualizing what our goal has always been to have individualized education. Now it is the necessary component of pulling ourselves out of COVID. And we all saw the scores, we all understood what was coming, and we all know the growth level that must be achieved in every classroom on every campus. So we are really delighted to have been given the opportunity to share that data. So anyway, you go, folks. I think it's wonderful. It's very exciting that everything is going to be measurable. So thank you very much, and I would appreciate this update from time to time. And you got it.
So we will see, as we head into the fall, we will see that our principals' reports will all focus on A competency, just because I think that's another way that we can really bring it to life, right? And so Dr. Noyola and I have spoke about, wouldn't it be great if the principals' reports, we could say, here's the competency that we're focusing on, and here's how it's changed student outcomes. So you can expect that as we hit the fall, which is right around the corner. So.
And I know we're running late, but Mr. Chair and Madam President, it is a good point, because a couple things I want you all to be thinking about, and I know you all already on this, but just to get it out there for the board to stew over is, some of these things take a long time to, if you're going to have hard endpoints, you know, and say, okay, well, we want to see what happens to the ACT and SAT scores, or how many of our kids graduate from college, right? 4 or 6, 2, 4, 6 year college, 6 years after they graduate. I mean, that's going to take a while to get those data sets, right? So let's be thinking about surrogate measures of success. I mean, many years ago, we've already been tracking our second, third grade readiness and grading at grade level, things like that. And we've already seen like, oh my God, can't wait to see what these kids do when they graduate high school. So we know that there's other measures. Could those be? Is it AP test participation? Is it scores on APs? Is it participation in, we may come up with something like, participation in certain extracurricular activities. I don't know, but figure out what are those surrogate measures of success that we know that are going to correlate to SAT scores and college graduation, et cetera. The other thing is qualitative sometimes is just as important as quantitative data. What are those qualitative measures of success? And so I'd ask you all to be thinking about that, because I think that we can have some data much sooner than we think, as long as we're not so rigid in our thinking of what data we're going to measure. Just a thought.
Are you going to make comments on this, or?
Yes, sir. Just really quick. And Veronica, if you can take us back to the Holdsworth House. And so as you look at this house, when you look at it, it really is a strategic plan for leadership. And so over the next few years, it's really about how are we hitting each of these various aspects. And so foundational to all of this has been the leadership definition, because it really gives you a model and a picture of what does leadership look in Harlingen. And so if you look at the very top, and the top of this house is really the most critical. How do we develop excellent and equitable outcomes for students? That's where we want to be. But to get there, we recognize that we need strong leaders and that we need to develop every single one of those boxes. What do the roles look like in our district? How are we using data? How are we evaluating people? What incentives are we using to draw? What does communication look like? And then all those various aspects. To your point, Dr. Bettis, how are we identifying people? There are structures that are going to have to be required to be developed there. How do we develop them on a yearly basis? How are we placing them? So every single one of these pieces is going to will need to be fleshed out and developed. Because if we do each of these pieces right, we will be at a point where we will have a pipeline of ready leaders. We'll have increased staff engagement. All of this put together really gets us to that top layer. And so that said, if this is our strategic plan, there's a lot of work that has to come. The goal is to get them to that leadership definition. But over the next few years, it's about bringing results into place in each of these areas. And so that's going to come with time, and that needs focus, and thus why you now have an assistant superintendent for leadership and innovation. Because part of her role will be around how do we develop every single one of these boxes to put us in line to strategically get to those excellent and equitable outcomes. And so as we move forward through over the next few years, we will be coming back to transforming teaching and learning and talking about every single one of these aspects and what does the work look like in each of these areas. And so that's where the real excitement comes from, because we recognize that leadership matters. And we don't get to those excellent and equitable outcomes without having those strong leaders in our organization. And so a lot of work to come, a lot of exciting work, work that will be different, work that will change the way we operate in our district, but all designed around getting us back to those excellent and equitable outcomes for our students. And so really excited, have some exciting work down the pipeline. Know we have the right person here in front of us to really lead some of this work around leadership in our district. So just super excited. I think we're going to be seeing some really transformational and innovative pieces coming into play into how we develop leaders here.
Super exciting, and I think for sure the right person to be doing this, Ms. Cortana. You always get excited about people and communicating, et cetera. A couple of questions and comments I'd like to make if possible. First, big picture, this is amazing, right? The fact that we have alignment from top to bottom, and even going beyond that, as we've mentioned with the students and how we can just align everything is fascinating to me. It needs to be done. I mean, it's hard to do. That's a huge task to do, but I believe we can do it. And one of my questions is the data mining that we're going to be doing automated, or is that something that is manually done?
That's a great question. We're working towards an automated system because the hours, these two ladies,
I can imagine.
huge round of applause
It's
for
crazy.
them.
Yeah.
It was hours and hours of putting things together. And so working with Mrs. Garcia, she will have a consultant. Just whenever when we did our Realizing Our Dream card, we had a consultant that came in and said, if you get these steps done, it'll be a lot quicker. That's kind of what we're going to be looking at for this fall, so that we don't have that number of hours every year, right?
Right, and the reason I asked that question, when I look at that system, that's the bottleneck, right? And if we don't have it automated and somebody leaves, something happens, well, then our system's broken. And so we want to make sure we have that set up correctly. The other thing is double-edged sword. We have to also be careful, right? Because we can create such an amazing system, a Ferrari, and only 20% of the population can actually drive it. So we create this amazing dynamic system that theoretically is so powerful, but man, nobody can get in it, and everybody's scared of it. Nobody wants to touch it. So we have applicants that don't apply. We get people that just want to be part of it. And I've seen these systems set up, not like this, but in
Right.
the corporate world.
Sure.
And that's what happens. It's so automated, it's so structured that you don't get anybody. You just don't get it. So just food for thought. And you're doing an excellent job, so thank you for everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
So thank you, Ms. Corton. The next topic is topics for future meetings.
Sure. And so earlier today, one of the topics that we'll be coming back to the board on, we talked a little bit about the move from our current early college high school campus to our collegiate high, and what are the future plans for that. And so we'll be coming back at future Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee meetings to talk about the future of that facility, talk a little bit about the future of Keys Academy, because Keys Academy will play an integral part in that new programming. And then another topic that will also be coming back to our board pretty soon is the next phase of early childhood. We've done a lot of work instructionally in early childhood, and kudos to Lori and Carmen Alvarez for their work. But what does the next phase of early childhood development look like? And so we'll be coming back to the board with that topic as well as we prepare for the next phase of transformation and innovation in our district.
All right, any questions, comments? If not, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
How exciting. That's exciting. It's not on. There it is. Thank you. Come on, wonderful. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The time now is 6:40, and I would like to call this meeting of the HCISD Board of Trustees to order. This meeting has been posted in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. We do, in fact, have a quorum this evening, and I would invite you to join us, please, for a moment of silence. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to call on Mr. Shane Strupart to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance ceremony.
Yes, Madam President, trustees, administration, and audience, would y'all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you very much. At this time, we come to one of the agenda times. It is one of our most favorite of all, awards and recognitions. And at this time, we would like to have recognition of NJETOC National Champions. Miss Leanne Ince, please.
Good evening, Mrs. Fleury, Board President, and Dr. Noyola, board members, audience, administrative team. It is my honor and privilege to recognize these two students who qualified and competed in May at the National Individual Events Tournament of Champions, where they competed with over 200 other teams in duet acting, representing schools from across the country, both public and private. They definitely put Harlingen High School on the map by bringing home first place overall and the national championship. The first national championship in speech for Harlingen High School. And at this time, I would like to recognize the team, the duet acting team of Alexa Strubart. And Benjamin Trevino. And I have to give a huge shout out to their outstanding coach, who's an overachiever, in just 3 years, had to outdo me, Christopher Esparza.
Yay!
And as most of you know, Chris is a product of HCISD that warms my heart, makes me super proud. These kids have worked tirelessly, and I am so very, very proud of them for bringing home the first national championship in speech for Harlingen High School. And if you don't mind, if you'd like to come down and take a photo.
Oh, what an honor. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
National championship is pretty good. Yeah, Amy.
We're going to take a picture right here first.
Here we go. Ready, guys? All right. 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 All right
Thumbs up, everybody. 1, 2, and 3.
Yes. Good, good, good. Both teams should.
Good stuff. Okay, Madam President, can I ask a question?
Yes, would you please?
Is there, I don't know if it's that performance, was any one of those performances recorded at any level?
Yes, sir.
How can we view that?
So I have a link to their national final performance that I can
Okay.
share with the board. And I can
Awesome.
put it-
Please forward
We'd
it
love
all
to
of
see
us.
that.
Yes, thank you, Nolan.
Thank you, yes.
Yes.
Screen it at Nolan's house.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Other board members, would you like to comment? Dr. Reiniger, you look like you're ready to speak.
Well, I'm just so thrilled and you know, it really is just a tremendous accomplishment and what a testament to not only your coaches and the program, right, the flourishing, the development, but then to excel at that level, right? You've got to own it. I can't see Alexa, where did she go? But there she is, she's hiding. Congratulations, right? You do just obviously embodied what you learned and showed what can be done, and you represented Harlingen so incredibly well. We're so thrilled for you. Something you will never forget, and we will never forget. Congratulations.
Yay. Other board members?
Well, and I don't know if we can tell, they're so talented, like when Art Cavazos used to say when they're in public with the family, you know, pretend like we get along because, you know, that kind of, I don't know that we could tell whether they're pretending or really being real. I mean, they're that talented. They're just, so, no, just super proud of y'all. Congratulations, well deserved, and thank you for yet again putting HCSD on the map. You reflect great credit on your family, on yourselves, first of all, your family in this district, and of course, this whole region, so thank you.
Absolutely.
I just,
I'm sorry, okay.
I just want to say congratulations, and what a tremendous honor for the district as a whole. And I also want to congratulate your coaches. Leanne, your department, your staff just never ceases to amaze me. I mean, you know, we won state and UIL, we had the #1 actor, it's just amazing what you all have done, and congratulations to you two. For, like she said, we've never had this honor. I don't think it's ever happened in the Valley or south of.
We had a national championship at South, but Harlingen High School has never had a national
Yeah.
championship. So, and I just want to say too, I know I'm out of order here, but not every district gets the support that we do. And I know that comes from you guys. These kids could not accomplish this. We could not accomplish this without your support. So it is a direct result of the support that you give us to allow these kids to compete across the country.
Well, thank you, because I think what you have done and what these kids have done is a huge attraction to this school district for people wanting to come here and go to school. But we're flourishing in all departments. It's just like in track and field, you know, and every other areas we're just flourishing. But y'all just every year, I keep waiting. I don't know what you can top. You've topped it all. But thank you so much.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir. Dr. Muniz.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you very much. Just wanted to say congratulations. And it shows, it starts at the top, right, with the leadership, in a sense. Thank you very much for having that leadership, having that vision. I remember talking to Chris when he first started about 3 years ago. You remember that conversation we had? We were at a dinner. We'll call it a dinner, right? And it was a dinner, and he was so excited and energized. He's like, I've got these ideas. We're gonna do this stuff. So to see him here now, getting it, being coaching and doing this national award, congratulations, because you had the vision, you have the vision. And all I can say is continue to drive and strive for the best. I mean, you're doing an excellent job. Congratulations. And Alexa, it's been amazing watching you grow up. It really, really has. Some are on stage doing, being active with yourself, and now, even being out there active with our students and giving back now this summer. Thank you so much. And the young gentleman, I forgot your name. What was it? Benjamin. Excellent performances when I have seen you live. Wow.
For sure.
The energy, I feel you. When you did that duet on stage for Dr. Cavazos, blew me away. Your talent is amazing. All three of you, all of you deserve the best. So congratulations.
His hair is
to you.
amazing too.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Good job, Benjamin. Good job, Alexa.
Madam President. Yes, Mr. Hymas, please.
I haven't learned, I should jump ahead in front of these guys because they said everything I wanted to say. But I also remember having a conversation with Chris a few years back when I first met him. We didn't have dinner or anything, but I think we were there at the choir hall at HHS. But I saw a passion for theater, that like Dr. Muñiz, I knew that you were going to do good things. And I'm glad they were sooner than later, that those results, we started seeing them, and we're seeing what you can accomplish. So I want to congratulate you and thank you for your dedication and your passion for not just what you do, but for the students. And to the students, Alexa, Ben, extremely talented. Ben, you're coming back for one more year, right? You're a junior? Yes. So we have you back, and that's exciting. Alexa, congratulations, on your last 4 years. She keeps hiding back there. But we know you're there, and we always knew you were there. So it was exciting to watch you guys. And there's a sense of pride that we take. I know I take it. I know I share it with my fellow trustees when we go to your performances. When we were able to host, district and regionals here, that we had families, coaches from other districts come in and watch y'all perform. And for us, it felt like we were showing you all off, because you thank us, but really it's you all that are putting in the work, the coaches, the actors putting in the work and stressing out. You're nervous or whatnot, but you guys are the ones that are out there performing. And like Dr. Muñiz said, absolutely, just very moving performances that we've seen, and very proud. And I think tonight we see 2 of the 3 A's that we always talk about. I know we got another item to get to, so it's very exciting. I wish Ms. Bauer was here because her high school is on center stage. But just congratulations, guys.
Yeah. And I would just like to add my congratulations, but then I also would like to first call on our superintendent. What would you like to say?
So, I remember Chris Esparza as a 13-year-old at Vela.
You're dating
And
yourself.
that's all right. For this one, I'll go there.
So you raised him.
So at the time, we did not have drama programs at the middle school. And Chris was able to find his passion when he moved on to Harlingen South and was able to experience that. So when we think about where Chris was, how many years ago that was, and where we are now, when we have a Leanings Fine Arts Academy that really is able to start that passion young and let kids find what they love doing. I'm just super excited. Alexa, you in a few years could be doing exactly what he's doing, and Chris, you're just impacting lives now. You've impacted these 2, and so you're creating those ripple effects, because I'm very confident that Alexa down the road is going to be in that position as she pursues her own education in fine arts. Ben, gosh, every time I see you perform, I'm just blown away. And it takes 2 special people coming together with the right chemistry, the right focus, the right effort to achieve what you all achieved today, or what we're being recognizing you for. So kudos to both of you for coming together in spite of whatever Dr. Perez you may be feeling in the background. And you are true performers that were able to put the best of each of yourself and come together and accomplish this great accomplishment. Thank you for that work. Thank you for the way you so tremendously represent our district. Congratulations to y'all.
It's just absolutely wonderful. I just want to say also very quickly, a very personal thank you. You know, you have defined, you've been a large part of defining our tenure here. And you are defining the excellence in our school district in a way that we all aspire to. And tonight we spent an hour or more talking about special programming for developing leadership in the district, and then the culmination of that leadership is excellent student achievement and all. And yet here you sit before us, having done just that already, and you've been doing it for years. So we thank you so much. We have loved watching both of you grow up. We cannot wait to keep following you at UTSA. Yay, go Roadrunners, and still for another year with us. Thank you. Thank you, Chris, for coming back. Thank you, Leanne, for developing Chris. You know, tonight it was just a glorious thing to me, because all of you represent HCISD, the students who are here now, the students who were here before, and the teacher who has led them all. So thank you very, very much. We're really proud of you. So, super.
Madam President, I wonder if, I would love to hear from the parents if they have anything to say.
Oh, we'd love to hear that. Thank you, yes. And
I do want to say something, though, because tonight is actually a very unique moment. Alexa is actually a huge fan of track.
Oh, perfect.
And she was at the state track meet when we saw Jose win his state championship.
Oh,
Nice.
yay.
Well, in the room now, you have actually two state champs. When Alexa was a freshman, she was part of the one act play with Natalie and some others who won the state championship. So she has her state ring as well tonight in honor of Jose. And so tonight we're going to have, for the first time, probably two A's represented with two state champs. So.
That's incredible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Mom, did you want to say anything back there?
I just want to say thank you to HCIC, Citizens, Mr. Esparza. I remember when he was in high school and he would teach Alexa during summer on stage. Loved the program, has known her since she was probably 5 years old. And it all started because I married a man who worked at South during this program. And I just thank them, because without them, I don't know. She found her passion in theater when there was nothing else she was interested in. It was always theater, so thank you.
We're delighted, thank you. And Ben, are your folks here?
And Mom's here.
The mom is here?
Since he was a little bitty. He was always making up songs. If he was in trouble, he had a song. And so it's just been him since he was little bitty. And one day in 8th grade, he said, "Mom, I want to be in theater." It's like, it's about time. Mr. Esparza was one of his coaches there when he first went to nationals in 8th grade.
Wow.
And was a national finalist.
Wow.
So this is a lot that I'd like to thank, all the board members, especially Mr. Esparza, for pushing him and helping him grow. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and absolutely not to be outdone. And thank you, Eladio, for referring to the 2 A's. We talk about the arts and athletics are equally important in this school district to academics, because we realize that that they all go together. That's how we achieve real excellence, is when the 3 A's all go together. So we are thrilled to move to agenda item, recognition and awarding of UIL Class 6A 100M dash championship rings. Hallelujah. Mr. Robert Davies, please. This is a really big night. This is really exciting.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Noel, administration, and audience. Tonight, we're excited to present Jose Garcia with his Class 6A 100-meter state championship ring. Jose, if I could get you to come up here, Dr. Noyola, Madam President, if you could come forward for a picture.
He's ready to run now. I think we can catch him. Oh, yeah. Yes.
So all of us in this room are gonna be around the same time. And the coaches are gonna remember.
Yeah. Yep.
Nice. Cool.
That's it.
Michael Phelps, how can we forget that? But you remember you had talked about the way
Okay. And Jose, if I could get you to kind of pause right over there for a second. Don't run off, because you'll run really fast if you do. In addition to Jose, we'd also like to recognize the efforts of his coaches and present them with their rings. Coach Ephraim Ambrose and Coach Hickle-Wilry, would you guys please come forward to receive your ring and take a photo? While those guys are putting on their rings, I also want to recognize them this Sunday. They've been selected to speak at the Texas High School Coaches Association State Convention on sprinting.
Awesome.
So it's a statewide convention, and they were asked to come and participate.
Yeah.
Show that ring off. Get Jose in there.
Get in there, Jose.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And we'd also like to invite the rest of the board to come down for a group photo, please.
quick second.
Right. So Jose, we have one more surprise for you this evening. On behalf of Dr. Noela and the HCIC Board of Trustees, we'd like to present you with a pair of gold shoes. We hope that you enjoy these. You can wear them, you can put them in your room, in a trophy case, whatever it is that you want to do, but this is something that our school district, Dr. Noela, our Board of Trustees wanted you to have. We're going to get those in a picture.
Okay, everyone wants to look at the camera real quick? One, two.
And then the last thing, and I know you already knew this, but we just got your plaques in. You were recognized as the Boy Track and Field Athlete of the Year and the 6A Male Athlete of the Year here in the Valley. Awesome awards at the state level, regional level. Great job. Yeah.
Quick, and then if you want to hold your shoes one more time for everyone. Take out the shoe. Take out the shoe. We'll fly. And Coach Davies, do you mind?
Sure.
Yes. Now let's watch.
Everybody looking this way?
Of course, one more cell phone photo. 3, 2, 1, and then I think we have a selfie.
Everybody wave. 1, 2, and 3. Got it. Good job, guys.
Natalie? Jen? Alexa. And then, yeah, the state champions should all take a picture today. Yeah, we got.
Oh, wow, we got 3 state champs in the room right now. Alexa?
Six, actually. Come on, Ben.
Yes. We're talking champions here,
One, two, and 3. We have one more picture request. Coach Roller, can we get you over here, sir? Mom, can we get you over here, Mom?
And the baby. Oh.
There you go. Perfect. All right, ready? Yes.
Can you come over here? Yeah.
There we go.
Everybody looking this
That's a good one.
You got a couple good ones? Okay, good.
That is awesome.
Brownsville didn't have that very often. I know a guy. I should tell him.
Yeah.
She's still on the radio.
So I just wanted to take a couple of minutes, if that's okay, I didn't get an opportunity at the last time we honored Jose to speak. I was in Round Rock at the Texas High School Athletic Directors Association, but I want to do two things. I want to brag on our coaching staff. There are a lot of people, I think, who have talent, and it's not developed. It doesn't have an opportunity to fully blossom. And I watched our coaches identify Jose very early and develop a plan. I watched Jose commit to that plan, and you saw the result. And I couldn't be prouder whenever we were in Austin at the state track meet of our coaches, and especially Jose. I felt I've gotten the opportunity to see a lot of really cool things in my life, and that's up there at the top. Watching someone that you know, and that you know what they've put into it, you know what their family has put into it, you know what the school, the coaches, the community, everybody, and to see him victorious in the 100 meters was up there for me. I told Jose this, and I want to share this with everybody. That was a great moment, but for me, I've seen people do great things, and I really wanted to commend him for the way that he conducted himself as a young man and as an athlete and as ambassador for the Valley and for Harlingen High School. He was first class all the way. He was very humble whenever many people would not have been. He had every reason. He's the fastest man in the state of Texas, and arguably maybe even in the United States or the world at that moment. And the way that he conducted himself, the way he interacted with his family, the way his parents were with me, I will never forget that. I'll treasure that forever. So I think that really culminated what happens whenever a community supports a program and an individual. We talked about that with the arts, with the academics, and then also with the athletics. But from me to you, I want to just commend you on a job well done. And again, I'm really, really proud of you for the way that you went about your business. Winning the gold medal was a great thing, but I'm arguably more proud of the way that you went about your business and how you handled it. So, thank you.
Great, well,
This is so exciting. Dr. Pettis.
Well, and Coach Davies, thank you for those comments, and it inspired me to say a couple more things to Jose about this, is that, enjoy this. You've put a lot of work, and it's something that you and your family should definitely enjoy and relish in, and your coaches as well, because we are too, at the whole district, right, and the whole community. But, don't let this define your life, right? It's going to always be a huge highlight for you, but mountaintops are high and the air is thin for a reason. You're not meant to stay up there very long. You're going to come back and climb the next mountain that's going to be higher, and then keep doing that over and over again. So what I mean to say is, we know you're going to continue to accomplish great things, and so don't let this define your life, because you have a lot more work to do. You have a lot more great things to accomplish on the track field, in classrooms, in the academics, in college, in your career, whatever career you choose to do. So just don't forget that. This is just the starting point. We can't wait to see what other mountaintops you climb, and we're really proud of you, but don't let this define your life. This is just the beginning, baby. So thank you very much for allowing us to be a part of your celebration. We're really proud of you and your family, so congrats again.
Yay. Thank you, Mr. Powers. I'm sure you would have something to say to these athletes, speaking as an athlete himself.
I'm just so proud of you. I mean, everything you've done, and what the coach was talking about, the way you've carried yourself in this community and the way you've represented our school district, and again, put us on the map for so many things in this state. It's really wonderful what you've done. And coaches, it's amazing the way you all have advanced this program in the last several years and the championships you've brought to the district. And like Dr. Pettis said, we're going to be watching you for great things to come, because I think this is just the beginning for you. Congratulations again.
Yay, bravo, thank you. Dr. Muniz?
So if you didn't know, Greg Powers, he runs 8 miles every night. On an elliptical machine, right?
7.
7 miles. I'm sorry. But Jose, congratulations. You know, I had the pleasure of seeing him at an award event that Gus Reese, our County Commissioner Gus Reese did. And I want to echo what our coach said. So humble, man. When I walked out of there and I went back home and reviewed what had gone on, I do that with my wife. I said, there's one thing that really defines him. And you hit it right on the nail. He's so humble. I mean, at that level, typically we see people's heads get so big. And like Dr. Pettis is saying, like your coaches are saying, hey man, keep striving, keep doing your best, never quit, never give up, be outstanding. That's what I told you that night, right? Because you've got so much potential still. So much potential. You're so young. So congratulations.
Yeah.
Coaches. You know, the definition of a coach. What is a coach? Takes a person from place A to place B, place A to place C. That's what a coach does, right? You think of a stagecoach, right? Traveling. You guys are doing that. You guys are amazing. He and I played football together. He looks the same as he did in high school. You know, so it's amazing. You're very talented, and without our coaches, without our amazing coaches, starting with Coach Davies and everybody else, this wouldn't be possible. So we thank you for
Team effort.
looking at that talent, seeing the potential, and then being able to pull the potential out of our students. Thank you very much. Good job, coaches.
Dr. Reininger?
My most sincere congratulations to you as an individual athlete, as a teammate of an incredible track and field team actually this year, right? And then to the coaches, you know, Jose, continue to put yourself around people who believe in you and who will protect you and build you up. That's what these coaches have done. They believed in you. We heard about a plan. They executed the plan. They did it with you. They believed in you. Continue to do that. Protect yourself and know that there will be these wonderful people like your coaches here who will be there for you going forward. We're so incredibly proud of you and look forward to seeing everything you accomplish. Congratulations to the whole team.
Yeah. Elaborate? Mr. Jaimes.
If nobody in this room has ever been to a state track meet, y'all should go next May, because it's something else. I was there in 2012 when, and I was going to correct Shane, I was going to say we actually have a third state champ in the room. I was there in 2012 when Randy Bermea back there was crowned state champ in the 300-meter hurdles. And I didn't get to go up this past May to watch Jose run, but I did see the race. And I watched the race, watched his reaction when the times came up on the board, and very similar reactions to Randy's. You know, nobody knows how that feels except you guys. You know, it's a very exclusive club to be a state champion, from Harlingen High School. I don't know if we've had another state champion in track and field, coach, one more. You know, it's a very exclusive club, so it's very exciting. Which I'm sure it's exciting when you know you guys heard that you were national champs or state champs a few years ago in the one act play at South. It's just something that everybody works for, right? You work for district, you work for, you know, to win in the playoffs or to continue advancing, and then when you kind of finally get to that final competition, and you're like, well, this is it. You know, I think the sports writer that wrote said that all this for the next 10 seconds or something along those lines of Jose's life. And it's just a very exciting moment to be there watching, to be experiencing with you guys what it is that you accomplished. We couldn't be more proud of you, and you've heard it, you know, and you're gonna keep hearing it. But it's definitely something that as Dr. Pettis said, you know, it's a moment to celebrate, but we are excited mostly because your future is bright, you know, and you've got a lot of potential going into UTSA, and we're just excited to continue watching, you know, your races and continue watching what you accomplish, whatever it is that you want to go do on the track, you know, in your professional life, anything. The other trustees talked about, you know, surrounding yourself with good people, with your right coaches, having mentors. You know, I'm sure if you pick the phone, Randy will be happy to talk to you. You have a group around you that's very solid, and I've already seen them here for a couple of times, and that's your family right there. You got, how many brothers do you have? 5, and they're all younger? Well, you got a lot of younger brothers, you know, and they're all looking up to you. And I understand there's one in that group that's probably going to be faster than you, according to your dad the last time I talked to him.
Great.
No pressure.
No pressure, right? But that's your first support group right there, that family. You know, your family loves you. You can tell your family loves you. You ask any of these performers, they got their parents here. You know, you ask Randy when he was running, any other athlete, any other student that's involved in anything, and it's that family that surrounds them that's a big part of the puzzle. So, you know, just lean on them when you need it. You know, we're here for you also as a school district. Your coaches, congratulations, Coach Ambriz, Coach Woolery. You know, very well done. So we're really excited. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I said this to Jose at one of the various recognitions. You know, COVID year was in many ways a sad year. And that moment of seeing your success and that celebration just automatically brought happiness to so many people. In that moment of your success, people forgot a lot of those sad pieces and those icky pieces about this year, and just focused on the joy that you were bringing people in that moment. And for that, I thank you, because through your efforts, whether you knew it or not, you brought a lot of happiness to people in this district, to people in our Rio Grande Valley who was cheering you on, and they were just as excited for your success as we were here. So thank you for that. Sometimes people don't realize. I had the same conversation with our performers at a different point. The work that you do brings happiness and those great feelings to a lot of people. So I want to thank you for that. I'm super excited at what your future holds. I in no way think that this is going to define you. I think that there are greater things in your future that you will be highlighting even beyond a high school state championship. So congratulations to you. Know that we are going to be watching you, because we're just so incredibly proud. People have adopted you, whether you know it or not. And so everybody is standing behind you and supporting you in whatever direction you go. But we know that there's going to be great things in your future. Coaches, no different than I told Chris. You all, through the work that you do, you are making kids' dreams come true. You're giving them opportunities to pursue their passion. You're creating those ripples where I don't know what Jose will be studying, but no different than Coach Ambriz that you did for Randy. Randy now is joining us back, and so he will be assisting and preparing the next group of students to pursue their passion. And so it all comes back, it's cyclical. I want to thank you for that, because you have somebody that now is going to go on and impact others. So thank you all for the incredible work that you do. I know that it's countless hours. It's hours that don't end at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. They go on into weekends and so forth. So thank you for that dedication, because you truly are changing lives. You're impacting kids in ways that I don't know that you'll ever know. But thank you for all of that work that you do for this district, for our students.
Yeah, thank you. So tonight, right now, our movie is Gallery of Champions, right? So you are Harlingen's and HCISD's very own Gallery of Champions in this room. Can you imagine anything more extraordinary? I cannot. I cannot imagine anything more extraordinary than to have our own Gallery of Champions. And Shane, you know, we need to get, this is our movie. You know, this is our movie. As each of you came up, I was thinking of all the movies about all the athletes and all the drama stars. You are our movie. And you're the movie, as Dr. Noyola says, for all of us in Harlingen, for all of us in the Rio Grande Valley. You make us so proud of you. And through you, you make us so proud of our region, and you make us so proud of ourselves. So I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, in addition to everything my wonderful colleagues have said. You're extraordinary. Each of you is extraordinary. And you're part of all of us, and you always will be. And I want to say one more thing. What a super class act that you have in this audience, a former state champion. How classy is that? And what does that tell us when people like Randy Bermea come back? That tells us that people don't forget. No one of us, as Dr. Reiniger said, will forget your excellence and what you have accomplished. None of us will ever forget. So you have helped bring joy to us during indeed such a difficult time. You've given us pride. And I also have to say one more thing. And I was reminded by Mr. Tapia that 3 of our gallery of champions have affiliations or moving into affiliations with one of our UT campuses, with UTSA. And so I want you all to know that Veronica Corton, who is an administrator with our district, and Oscar Tapia, who's an administrator with our district, are super proud that you're going to be one of the alumni also. Not to mention that Randy Bermea also was affiliated with UTSA. So we're really super proud of you all. Thanks for being our champions. Thanks for being our movie. Thank you. Super proud of you folks. And so now we move to agenda item number 3, approval of minutes, and June 8th, 2021.
And you guys could leave. This gets real boring after this.
You're welcome to stay, but we're not as entertaining as your movie.
That's right. Yeah.
For the regular board meeting, please, of June the 8th, what's the pleasure of the board, please?
I move approval of the June 8, 2021 regular board meeting minutes.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Dr. Reiniger, seconded by Dr. Pettis.
Greg Powers.
By Greg Powers, thank you.
Yes, he's a doctor. Jurisprudence.
There you go.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you. What is the board's pleasure regarding the June 29th, 2021 public hearing, please?
I move approval as submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Muniz. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there a I'm sorry. Is there any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you. June 29th, 2021, the special board meeting.
Mr. President, I move for approval as presented.
Okay, moved by Dr. Pettis, and do we have a second?
Muniz.
I'm sorry, Muniz. I'll tell you what, I'm really excited about this movie.
She's still in the moment.
I'll second the motion.
I can't get
since you
it.
mentioned
All right,
it.
thank you so much,
I'll
Dr.
second the
Muniz.
motion since you
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Dr. Reiniger over here just seconded the motion.
Thank you so much.
I was thinking about it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Highness. Okay. Did you get that, Denise?
Yes.
Did we mix that up enough for you? Thank you very much. Proceed to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you so much. And now we move to public comments for agenda topics. Ms. Leffner?
No. Oh, do we have? No, I think the consent calendar is next, or
No.
do we have public comment? Oh, we do have public comment. Okay.
Okay. Ms. Leffner, is there any?
There are no requests for public comments for agenda topics.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 5, public audience for non-agenda topics.
There are no requests for a public audience for non-agenda topics.
Thank you very much. And now, approval of consent calendar.
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Thank you, Dr. Reiniger. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Powers. Thank you very much. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Now we move to agenda item number 7, matters relating to transformation and school support.
Thank you, Mrs. Fleury, board members, senior administration, and audience. So we actually held our Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee meeting just prior to our regular board meeting. We focused on one agenda topic, and that was looking at our Holsworth participation over the last 2 years in review. super excited at how that programming is going to guide our work in leadership development across this district, all with a focus on developing great leaders that will guide the work across our district in producing equitable and excellent outcomes for our students. As we move to, over the next few years, a lot of our focus will be around what does that leadership development pipeline and work look like. Certainly we'll be bringing some of that work back to our Board of Trustees, keeping you abreast of some of that work. But an exciting opportunity to really become much more innovative around leadership development and create meaningful impacts across our district. Dr. Muniz chairs our Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee, and I'll turn it over to him for any additional comments.
Yes, we had a wonderful meeting tonight, great presentation by Ms. Veronica Gortan, and just giving us that big picture point of view of everything that we're planning. And I know that I was excited, the board members were also excited on what's coming in the future, and just being able to say, hey, we've got some leadership going on, we can progress with this, and just a really good presentation. Thank you, Ms. Gortan.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments on the board? Okay, thank you very much. And now, agenda item number 8, matters relating to curriculum and instruction, and that would be Dr. Joseph Figueroa.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Neola, board members, and audience. I'm just coming before you to seek approval of the Texas Education Agency state-approved innovative courses for the 2021-2022 school year. Each year, we are required to bring forth to you a list of non-traditional courses that TA does allow us to teach here in our school district. And so you have a list of those courses before you. I want to bring your attention to 2 of them, which we're excited about. That's the General Employability Skills and Student to Industry Connection. Those are courses that we're going to be offering as part of our Transition Academy for this upcoming school year, pending your approval. So at this time, we do recommend approval of the courses listed for the 2021-22 school year.
Madam President, I move approval as presented.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Dr. Patterson, second was Eladio Hagas. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would just like to note that I believe it's on page 45 that you have provided that list for us, so thank you very much. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And I believe Mr. Struphart now is going to take care of a request for approval.
Yes, sir. Madam President, trustees, Dr. Neola, agenda item 8B is a request for approval of our optional flexible school day program. This program allows districts to provide flexible hours and days of attendance for students who meet certain requirements. The goal of the program is to improve graduation rates for students who are in danger of dropping out of school, have dropped out, or are behind in core subject areas. This past school year, by participating in our Connect to Success program, I think y'all probably heard of that, 28 students earned credits, and from those 28, 16 received a high school diploma. Administration recommends approval of this item, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Dr. Muniz?
Mr. President, yes, I'd like to move to request for approval to submit to Texas TEA an application for the optional flexible school day program for the 2021-2020 school year as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Powers. Is there any discussion? I would just like to comment on the success. That's really one of our bigger numbers. That's very successful. Congratulations to all the staff that's involved in that. Thank you. Okay, proceed to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you. And now, matters relating to business services. A will be presented by Julio Cavazos, and that is the consideration for award of student athletic UIL activities, catastrophic and student voluntary accident coverage for 2021-2022 school year, RFP number STIN 0621.
Thank you, Ms. Florea, Dr. Neola, board members. Agenda item 9A is consideration and approval of student athletic insurance. That we did solicit proposals and received 5. We are recommending Alamo Insurance Group. That's the incumbent. They did come in with a better overall proposal at a cost of $256,347. That's a slight increase of $3,000 over the past year. We recommend approval.
Madam President, I move for approval as submitted.
Second.
Okay.
No, go ahead, Dr. Reiniger, second.
Second, yes. Okay, thank you. Moved by Mr. Powers and seconded by Dr. Reiniger. Is there any discussion? Okay, thank you. This was presented at length to the committee, and I believe there was very clear understanding. So all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? If not, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
And Madam President, I need to
Yes,
abstain
sir.
from the next items, just before you mention the next item, I need to abstain from the next item. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And
You're
Madam
abstain-
President, I'm also abstaining from the next
Oh,
item.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
For the record.
Muniz. Thank you. So, Ms. Lefner, Dr. Muniz, and Dr. Pettis are abstaining. Please let the minutes indicate that. Okay, and that is the consideration and approval of health pharmacy insurance carrier for 2021-2022. Mr. Cajulio Cavazos.
Thank you, Ms. Fleury, Dr. Noel, board members. So agenda item 9B is consideration and approval of health insurance and pharmacy insurance carrier for the 2021-2022 school year. We did go out for bids, for health and pharmacy insurance this year. We had gone out for bids 3 years ago, so we typically do this on a 3-year cycle. We did have an employee benefit committee meeting yesterday and discussed this in detail. We do have Lou Arias, our consultant from Gallagher, that is going to briefly go over the numbers. I'm going to hand it over to Lou, and then we'll open it up for comments.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Mr. Gallagher.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent. My name is Lou Arias. I'm with Gallagher Benefit Services. I'm the account executive for Harlingen CISD. As Mr. Cavazos mentioned, HCISD did solicit bids for the health insurance. And so I'd like to go over some of the submissions and the results and what the recommendation moving forward would be.
Thank you, Mr. Arias, representing Gallagher.
Okay, so just a quick sequence of events. The bids, the RFP was submitted. Initial submissions were reviewed by Gallagher, and then we went out for best and final. What you're going to see here is just a brief summary of what was received back as the best and final. So as part of the market responsiveness, here's a quick timeline. Back in early May, the bid was released. We had vendor deadlines. Those were the submissions. We had some addendums that we put out. Typically, those are Q&A with responses. And then the bid was closed on June 10th. And then we sent out the BAFA responses on June the 28th. For the responses for the best and final, we did have Blue Cross Blue Shield, who is your incumbent carrier who handles the administration of your self-funded health plan. They also submitted the pharmacy benefit management, which is the pharmacy portion of your benefits. Aetna also both submitted for medical administration and pharmacy benefits. Now, United Healthcare was part of the best and final. For whatever reason, they did not submit a best and final offer, but I did keep them on the sheet so you can see. So we revert back to their initial offer. And then Express Scripts, or ESI, who is your current incumbent PBM or your pharmacy benefit manager, also submitted their best and final. What we also do at Gallagher is we want to ensure that whoever the recommended vendor is, that they are financially stable. And so we provide you with their AM Best rating and then a definition of what those ratings stand for down at below. So we'll move quickly to the analysis of the actual RFP. And so there are several pieces to this RFP. As you know, you're self-funded. So the first thing that has to happen is you have an administrator, and they charge a fee, or your admin fees for that. And then we also determine where the claims, the actual claims come in, because you are paying claims as opposed to premiums. So this slide here does illustrate your current Blue Cross 2021, what your admin fee is. And if we go across the board, you'll see Blue Cross's renewal. Aetna submitted a PPO and what they call an ACO, or Accountable Care Organization, which is a kind of an HMO PPO type hybrid plan. And then United Healthcare, and you can see where those fees stand. Right below that is what we currently have in place along with those fees. We wanted to make sure that we compared apples to apples and everything was compared. The next line below that kind of gives you the subtotal of what those fees are. Now, just below that, you'll notice that the annual admin fees are then recalculated. There's one thing that does stand out, and if you look at the Blue Cross renewal under the net admin fee, PEPM, pharmacy rebate credit, there's a huge rebate credit there of $86.91 per employee per month. And if you'll notice, that doesn't appear on any of the other submitters. What that means is Blue Cross's PBM, also known as Prime Therapeutics, submitted their proposal, and opposed to paying the district a rebate every quarter based on the utilization, which is what happens today with ESI. Blue Cross's Prime Therapeutics is saying we're going to estimate what we think that rebate is going to look like based on the information that was provided, and provide you with an upfront credit so that there's no need to wait for the rebate to come back, so there's no lag every quarter the way there is now. So they provide that credit, and I wanted to explain that to make sure that is why Blue Cross shows that credit, none of the other vendors do. The other vendors are either doing a straight forward rebate or a combination of a credit and rebate. So when we calculate that rebate credit, you'll notice that the fees, currently we're at 1.1 million, but with Blue Cross's pharmacy rebate credit, that actually puts us at a negative administrative fee because of that credit. And then if we go further along the line, you'll see that Aetna came in at 1.1, on their ACO 1.1, and then of course Blue Cross Blue Shield, UHC, theirs says 0 because they have a combination of a rebate credit and a actual rebate. And so theirs would actually be a 0 on their admin. The next line, I also wanted to make sure you understood that the stop loss, it is too early to go out for stop loss. We normally put that out about 90 to 120 days prior to the effective date. And if you recall, we changed the effective date of the health plan to 1/1 as opposed to 11/1. So what we did is we assumed a very conservative 20% increase, and we reflected that across the board so it would be fair to every carrier. And so when we look at your total fixed cost, that's just fees and stop loss. Currently, you're at 2.6. Blue Cross is at 241,000. Again, because of that credit, Aetna at 2.8, Aetna ACO at 2.8, and then UHC at 1.1. If we go down to the bottom, and here's where it's really important because these are the actual claims. You all pay your claims, not premium. So this is what really stands out. So if we look at today's expected claims are at 11.9. Blue Cross, they're already your medical carrier. Those discounts stayed relatively the same. So the claims, this is medical only, come in at 11.9 million. Aetna at 13.9. On their ACO 12.7 and UHC 12.7. But when we add everything together, you'll notice that with that rebate credit with Blue Cross, you're actually looking at a minus 16% rate action. Prior to going into the RFP, we were looking at 8.3%. That we needed an additional funds to cover claims. But with the combination of their new submission on their Prime Therapeutics and that rebate, it actually brings us down to a negative rate action. And so that was very, very advantageous for the district to go out to bid and have them sharpen their pencils and relook at everything. If you look at Aetna, they were at plus 15, plus 7% on their ACO, and UHC would have basically kind of put you right at a no increase. Now we're looking at pharmacy because that was strictly medical claims and fees. Let's look at pharmacy, and this will explain where Prime Therapeutics or Blue Cross really came in with that rebate. Today, ESI is coming in at $5.8 million. Their BAFO came in at 5.6, or a cost avoidance of $233,000. You'll see Aetna's coming in very close at 292, 221, and 117. But when we go to the rebates, current rebates are 1.1. ESI did make an improvement of 1.6, but again, when you look at Aetna's at 2.1 and Blue Cross at $2.7 million, again, their rebates are just much stronger, more competitive than the other carriers. And that's what really, you take that out of the equation, it's very close when it comes to claims and fees. But when we look at the pharmacy moving from ESI to Prime combined with Blue, they really provided a very competitive pharmacy benefit. And so if we look at what that ends up being, at projected pharmacy claims, instead of 5.6 with ESI, it would have been 3.9. With Aetna, 3.3. And Blue Cross at 2.9, again, significantly lower on the pharmacy side. This next slide kind of puts it all together and summarizes everything, because now this includes fees, stop loss, medical, and pharmacy all together. And so again, you'll see areas where there's a rebate credit, and Blue Cross will show up with that. Blue Cross will show up with that credit, and then the others will show up with an actual rebate, which means they're paying the rebates out quarterly. But if we look at the bottom line, total pharmacy, again, we've seen these numbers. When we look at the medical and the pharmacy together, This is assuming that every example here is the medical carrier with their own PBM. Aetna has CVS, UHC has Optum, Blue Cross has Prime Therapeutics. The next slide, because ESI is a standalone pharmacy benefit manager, we needed to make sure that we showed the same carriers, but instead of their own PBM, we showed them against ESI with their standalone. Again, very competitive. That's how they got into the district 3 years ago, but Blue Cross has certainly closed the gap going 3 years forward where they're at now. So that being said, the recommendation after meeting with the committee and reviewing this with Mr. Cavazos and the rest of his staff, the recommendation was to award the business on the medical to Blue Cross Blue Shield and to move from ESI to Prime Therapeutics. And then again, we will go out to stop loss, bid the stop loss closer to maybe September. But again, we were very conservative with those numbers at 20%, so I don't think it'll come. I'm very confident it's not going to come in above that or even at 20%.
Yeah, thank you. So one of the other things that, we're very pleased with these bids, like the proposals that came back. Again, we're recommending Blue Cross and Blue Shield with Prime as a pharmacy provider. But one of the things that we can do, because we did, save some dollars here, is to reduce our co-pays. Our co-pays for our regular doctor visit from $35 to $30, and our co-pay for the specialist visits from $50 to $45. So we're able to reduce those by $5. Also, we're able to reduce our co-pay from the MD Live virtual doctor visit from $10 to $0. So those are all very good news for staff, and we're passing on those savings to them. Dr. Reiniger chairs the committee. We did discuss this extensively yesterday, so I'm going to hand it over to her. Dr. Reiniger, if you want to make any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Cavazos. Yes, I want to just commend Mr. Arias and the Gallagher Group for your thorough review and the careful presentation of it. Ms. Cortez and Mr. Cavazos for explaining everything to everybody. Being self-insured, this proposal and the savings offer us a lot of flexibility. It's not only unique to save on health benefits in today's day and age, but even more unique, I would suggest, to pass them on to the employees. So holding the rates flat with the acceptance of the Blue Cross Blue Shield is a tremendous option, and then passing on those savings for co-pays in a way to incentivize people to get their preventive care, to get early care, is what we want, right? We want people to access the health benefits that they have. So we're really excited about the proposal to pass those on, and just to assure the board that the committee was very much in support of the recommendation that's being brought forward.
I just want to say that I think this may be the first time I've ever seen a presentation where rates come down.
Right.
And benefits. I want to compliment you and your group for leading us in this, and in fact that we can pass this on to our employees. I mean, they always go up every year. So, this is really great news, and I appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you. I work very closely with staff here, so they also deserve a lot of the credit,
Oh, I
because
know.
Rachel is very engaged in I work with her and Mr. Cavazos weekly, sometimes daily, on all the numbers.
Thanks, Rachel.
Yeah.
And Julio.
Rachel.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Are you-
Motion?
Yeah, I move for approval of the Blue Cross Blue Shield Prime plan that's been recommended by staff and the Gallagher Group. Thank you.
Motion by Mr. Powers and seconded by Dr. Reiniger. Thank you very much. Is there any other discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number C, consideration and approval of the dental plan renewal for 2021-2022. Mr. Julio Cavazos, please.
Thank you, Ms. Fleury, Dr. Noyola, and board members. So agenda item 9 is consideration and approval of a dental plan. This is 100% paid by our employees. We are recommending to renew with Emeritus Dental. There's no increase in the rates. It's a one-year renewal. We did discuss this at the Employee Benefit Committee yesterday as well, so we're recommending approval.
Madam President, I move approval of the dental plan renewal for
Thank
this year as presented.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Pettis.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Hymas. Any discussion or questions? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item number D, consideration and approval of the vision plans renewal for 2021-2022. Mr. Cavazos, please.
Thank you, Ms. Fleury. We did discuss this at the Employee Benefit Committee yesterday as well. We're recommending to renew with Superior Vision. This is 100% paid by employee as well, and there is no rate increase, and then it's an extension for 1 year.
I move approval of the vision plan renewal for 2021-2022 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Moved by Dr. Roniger. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Madam President, let me ask
Yes,
one
sir.
thing. You
Yes,
know,
sir.
I remember a couple of years ago, and Julio, do you have any idea how much money we're saving by being self-insured each year?
We actually did an analysis and sent it out on the board administrative update, maybe about 6 months ago. We are saving substantial dollars going self-funded. Just to point, the city went out for renewals on their fully funded insurance plan. They came back with a 40-something% increase. Because we're self-funded, we're able to do several things that we couldn't have done if we're fully funded. So we bid out, the pharmacy separate and the medical, but we also bill out the stop loss insurance, and we are able to recoup those rebates. So we've been able to keep our medical costs, at a minimum, if you will. And this year, we actually were able to reduce it some, but I think it's been a very positive transition to going to self-funded the past 4 years.
Well, I want to compliment you and Rachel and everybody in your staff, because I was pretty nervous when we went self-insured. And I knock on wood, because it's really been a terrific decision so far and a big savings to our district. So.
Well, and Greg, it's a great question, and I think one way, and the question that was posed yesterday at the committee meeting was, and I think, yeah, you have brought something back to the board before, but it would be nice to sort of see if you can put a number to it. For example, had we not made that change, and we had still. And I know it's a guesswork because you don't know what the rate, but even just doing like a guesstimate, like what would have been those increase if we had stayed, with insurance, and then versus now, how much more money would we be out of pocket, so to speak, as a district? If there's a dollar amount you can guess. And I guess,
absolutely. And we can do that and done something similar to that. So
does that make sense?
I'd love to see that.
I'll get that information.
And I know it's apples and oranges because we didn't do that, so we didn't know, but I think you can extrapolate a 10, 15% increase every year because that's what we're looking at almost every, just kind of see what we would have been out of pocket had we stayed traditional.
I see Mr. Arias shaking his head. I mean, do you?
You could probably do
most
that.
districts are going up, and when you said a minute ago, some entity was 40% increase. I mean, I feel very fortunate.
So Lou, you can tell us, is that an appropriate question? I mean, could that something, you could probably come pretty close to guessing.
As you mentioned, it is a guess because we don't know what trends change every year. And so we would calculate, but the easiest way to do it is to say a fully insured group with this population got an average increase of X times how many years, and then look at it what you're spending today because your claims has also gone up.
Sure.
But we can definitely come up with something like that. And Mr. Powers, to your point, it's not often that districts get to hold the rate without making changes or even major changes to the health plan in the other direction, meaning if there's no money from the district or the employees, then you have to find it in the plan and raise deductibles and copays. And so there was some savings here. We were able to hold the rates and then reduce copays, so it's definitely not common. The other piece, real brief, is when we talk about fully insured versus self-funded, and I think I talked about this yesterday, is that this is probably your first, second, or at least your third largest expenditure. And when you're self-funded, you have absolute control of your plan. If you're fully insured, as Mr. Cavazos mentioned, you're very limited to what they're offering you, and it can only be customized to a point, and you can't piecemeal it like you're doing it now. If you go with Company A, then you have to take their stop loss and their pharmacy, and they keep the profit and the rebates. And so self-funded, even in bad years, is even more, in my opinion, more important because now you have full control as opposed to just receiving a large increase and then having to move.
I'm just curious, what was our loss ratio last period?
I think last year we came in at a 0 and we held rates again. Wasn't it?
Last year, we increased it like
It was
2%.
very little, yeah.
2%. Yeah, we increased it very slightly
Our
last
loss
year, so
ratio?
we've been able to maintain the rates.
Our loss ratio, what?
How can you?
Must about 80%.
It was probably maybe in the mid to high 80s.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
No.
I mean, that's fantastic. And I credit too, I would imagine that our wellness projects that we've implemented within the district have helped keep these losses down and our insurance down too.
So that's something that was also discussed yesterday, and we'll be coming back with some more. You already currently have some pilot programs going on, and we'll be getting the results of those pilot programs. One of them is geared on weight loss called Naturally Slim, and we'd be curious to see what those numbers look like. So if in fact it does have a good return on investment, we can then open it up to the rest of the employee population.
Did you name that after the queen of our board?
Blue Cross did.
Well, I appreciate, I'm sorry. go
If I
ahead.
could just add a quick comment, I apologize, I missed a couple of announcements, but just going on, based on what Mr. Arias was saying, the fact that we manage this fully is powerful, right? And so we've been working slowly towards getting here, but now I think we're at a point now where it's super exciting, where we can actually come in with wellness and incentivize our employees. It was brought up yesterday, different ways we can do it, but to me, that's where the magic is. We're right about there, and I don't know if what other school districts are doing. If they're not doing anything, we're gonna be the ones that are gonna lead the way, because this is the exciting part, where we can say, hey, man, you guys are getting your checkups monthly, whatever it is, and incentivize our employees, and now, man, those numbers have come down big time. I mean, we're controlling it. It's just, I don't know, I get excited about that stuff, so. Thank you, Lou.
Very, very positive. I also appreciated, and perhaps you could explain this for us, Mr. Harris, the fact that sometimes, Greg, and I can remember that we've had 2 significant rate reductions, and each time the problem was that the next year, the usage, of course, goes up, and the next year we've been hit really hard with increases. And so Mr. Harris was explaining to us yesterday that in a self-funded situation, that does not happen. You're protected from that. And so, to your point, this may be the first time ever we've had it where we didn't have to bite our fingernails about what was going to happen the next year in retaliation for the usage. Could I say that correctly, Mr.
Yes, ma'am. The reason you see, when you were fully insured, those rates are only guaranteed for 12 months, and so every year you have to go back out again. So if they came in or really low to get in, and then they recoup some of that loss, the second year you see that in the form of an increase. Even if you're running even, you're going to see somewhat of an increase just based on trend, because everything costs more the following year. Whereas in self-insured world, you're negotiating with yourselves. You are, in fact, the insurance company. And so when I work with Mr. Cavazos and Rachel, and we start looking at cost projections and setting rates, we look at where we think claims are going to be the following year. And so you negotiate with yourselves. Do we need to bump up the contribution? Do we need to do this so that we don't fall short next year? And then we have to do something drastic. And so that's another advantage of being self-insured. And it's a 2 to 3 year strategy, whereas fully insured, it's a year at a time. 12 months is the only guarantee you have.
Yeah. So just a
Thank you. Yes,
sorry,
sir.
just a point. So back on the cost, it is a large expenditure item for the school district. We spend about probably over $16 million a year in just health insurance costs. And that's because we're self-funded, so we pay that into our self-funded plan, but it is a big expensive cost. I do want to give big kudos to Rachel, because she takes, all this work and does a great job in doing what she does over there. So thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just sent a text to the board regarding an NPR article. It's just one of those little podcast things. It's real short, but talking about the ripple effects of huge decrease in the last year and a half of screenings. All kinds of screenings to the point that Bobby was making. Because again, we're already, even when people are getting all the screenings, we still have healthcare system is still bent towards a sickness model instead of a wellness model. but it's gotten worse during the pandemic because, folks just avoided, especially for screenings, because they were only going to the doctor if they were very sick. And so, now's the time to get folks back out, getting their wellness checks, getting all the things done, whether it's cancer screenings or vaccines or whatever, right? And so I appreciate the comments very much because we need to be looking at that. And so any sort of data or any incentives or any ideas you can bring to us from all the expansive work that you do throughout the state is greatly appreciated. And of course, like we mentioned, any ideas you can give to our insurer, to sort of bring more down here ideas will be greatly appreciated. So
Right, so we were fortunate, the RFP it paid its dividends, and we were, the district is going to take advantage of that. The hard part now is to stay there, right?
Yeah.
And that's where the wellness is going to come into
Yeah,
play.
and those programs, working with us on that to help establish that will only pay off in the long run. So thank you for that, too.
Thank
We
you
need a
very much.
motion,
I would like to comment too that it's a source of pride, I believe, for all of us as the Board of Trustees and administration and staff, that this district can still provide the insurance, that we still do provide insurance, because, of course, in this day and age, that is not a given for all school districts at all. And so I think it is due to the outstanding management of the funds, and Mr. Cavazos, to you, and indeed to Rachel and to your entire staff. We'd like to say thank you again, because we take great pride in Harlingen being able to provide this for our employees, and we hope the time never comes when we cannot do that. Yes, sir.
on that regard, I have a stupid question. For example, in our Region 1, are there districts that don't pay 100% of the health insurance for? Can you give us some context there?
There are some districts that have their employee pay, $10, $20, $30 per month as part of their health care cost. We've been lucky enough to provide 100% cost and coverage for our employees, so they don't pay for their employee only. They don't pay anything for health insurance. But there are some districts that do have some dollars that the employee has to pay as their share for the health insurance.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point that out because we're in a very good situation where we pay 100%. Yes, there's co-pays, this, that, the other, again, which are going down by $5, whether it's a specialist or a PCP or whatever. MD Live is $0. This is a great situation we're in, and so we just need to get the word out, which I guess tonight we can. Now it's officially approved with my abstention. But we want to make sure that we get the word out about the screenings and the wellness side, because it's very important that because of obesity and diabetes and hypertension, all those things that they need to be seeing the doctors for. So, and doing the healthy habits and the exercise and healthy eating and all that kind of stuff. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very important comments. Thank you. And so now we do, I believe, need a motion still on this, since we just, I'm sorry.
We already voted, didn't we?
I'm sorry, I can't. Doctor, okay, on this one they
We're
did.
still voting on the vision?
I thought we voted.
Oh, we're still voting on the vision.
Yeah, we got a motion by Dr. Reiniger, seconded by Mr. Powers. We just need a final vote.
On vision? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. So, okay, that's right. We got into so many different areas, didn't we? Okay. Excuse me. So item E is consideration for approval to award construction services contract for Harlingen CISD Golf Skills Station Pavilion and Storage Bid, number CNST 0721. Mr. Julio Cavazos.
Thank you, Ms. Floria, Dr. Neola, board members. Agenda item 9 is consideration and approval for the golf skill station and pavilion and storage. The ranking committee met yesterday and ranked the 4 proposals that we received. The committee is recommending the top rank offer of Peacock General Contractors at a cost of $159,000. Oscar went over this at the facility committee meeting earlier. We've had good luck with Peacock General Contractors, and we're recommending them to do this project. Glad to answer any questions that board members might have.
Madam President, I move for approval as presented.
Second the motion.
Thank you. Dr. Muniz made the motion, and
That's fine.
Mr. Hines seconded. Is that acceptable? Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Motion carries. And now we move to agenda item number 10, matters relating to district operations. Facilities Committee report, Mr. Oscar Tapia.
Thank you, Madam President, the members of the board, Dr. Noyola and staff. We held a Facilities Committee meeting a couple hours ago. I gave an update on the Vernon Middle School Choir Band Hall, the fire damage and the repairs and the phases that we're in, all the work that's being done, and they're projecting a first week of August completion. On the TRE projects, I went over the Treasure Hills, gave the update on the intended building to be opened up, Building C, by the first week of school, and the administration will be at the end of August. Also had the contractor here give us an update on some of the pending materials that are being delivered with some of the timelines. Also went over the school entry vestibules at Dishman, Rodriguez, and Wilson, that is pretty much complete. And the early college high school, of course, we had a lot of discussion on that with the project architect and the contractor being present. Gave us also a status report on where we are with the timelines and the delivery of materials and completion of the project. So I won't get into too much detail since we just discussed it. The Gutierrez Fine Arts is about 95% complete. I showed the pictures of the chiller screen wall and the new covered canopy. And then we went over some change orders and 2 payments, which we're going to approve here in a little bit. And then Julio Cavazos gave an update on the construction financial report. So that was pretty much what we covered today. I'll turn it back over to our facilities chair, Mr. Powers.
There's not a whole lot to add. Everybody here tonight was at the meeting that was held earlier this afternoon. I just want to, we did have, there's a couple slight delays, it looks like, but it's basically due to shortages of materials in the industry that our contractors are waiting on delivery that they can't get, and they're doing everything it looks like possible to get those items in, and once they're in, we'll be able to get these projects completed. The projects themselves look great. The weather hasn't been too much of a detriment, and I just want to again compliment Oscar and his group for staying on top of everything. I'm always amazed at how there's always a lot going on in the construction in this district, and that's good news because we're growing every year. So thank you, Oscar, and that's all I really have to report.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers. Item B, approval of the final construction payment to G&G Contractors for the baseball backstops at Keys and Dixieland Fields. Mr. Tapia, please.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Noyola. This is another item that we covered during the Facilities Committee meeting. This is the final payment to G&G Construction of $12,368.20 for the baseball backstops at Dixieland and Keys Fields, and we recommend approval.
Madam President, I move for approval of the final construction payment to G&G Contractors for the baseball backstops at Keys and Dixieland Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hymas. Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you. Item C, approval of the final construction payment to Gerlach Builders LLC, DBA Wilcon, for the Special Education Transition Academy. Mr. Tapia, please.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Noyola. This is the second final payment that we're recommending for Gerlach Builders, DBA Wilcon Construction, in the amount of $65,778.61. This was also discussed at the Facilities Committee meeting. We recommend approval so we can close this project out.
Madam President, I make a motion to approve the final construction payment to Gerlach Builders, LLC, DBA Wilcon, for the Special Education Transition Academy.
Thank you, Mr. Hymas. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Muniz. Excuse me. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And agenda item number 10D, consideration and approval of interlocal agreement with the City of Harlingen for the School Resource Officer Program during the 2021-2022 school year. And helping us understand this, we have Mr. Danny Castillo.
Yes, ma'am.
Chief Danny Castillo.
Well, Danny's fine. Madam President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Noyola, staff, this is basically a continuation of our existing agreement with the City of Harlingen and the Police Department for our SRO program. There are no substantive changes to the agreement. So staff is simply asking for approval.
Thank you. Yes,
Madam
Dr.
President.
Reiniger?
Yes, I would like to move approval of the interlocal agreement with the City of Harlingen for the School Resource Officer Program during 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, Dr. Reiniger. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. Does anyone have any discussion or any questions of Mr. Castillo? Okay, thank you. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. At this time, we move to adjournment, to close their executive session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, 552.072, 551.074, and 551.082 of the Open Meetings Act for the following purposes. A, to discuss employment of teachers and other professional staff, and B, to discuss employment of content area specialists. At this time, we are adjourned for executive session. There we go. Thank you. We reconvene into open session for action on matters discussed in executive session, please. Item 10A, consider employment of teachers and other professional staff.
Madam President, I'd like to move approval as presented.
Thank you.
Second.
Dr. Hughes, and seconded by Dr. Reiniger. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 10B, consider employment of content area specialist in mathematics.
Madam President, move approval of employment of content area specialists in mathematics as presented in executive session.
Thank you, Dr. Pettis, and seconded by Mr. Hymas. Thank you, Mr. Hymas. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.